Can y'all hear me? Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Takia Parks, and I did my capstone project about hairstyling and maintenance. My mission statement is to inspire confidence and self-expression through quality, sustainable, and exclusive hair solutions. These are my table of contents. My problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, lecture review, produce, hypothesis, data and results, next steps, and questions. My problem statement. Many people experience difficulties maintaining healthy hair because they cannot accurately access its condition. This problem can occur both at home and in salons, where limited access to personalized tools lead to improper hair care and long-term damages. These are my scientific questions. How can tools or technology help people accurately determine the condition of their hair? What factors most affect the health and condition of a person's hair, and how does using personalized hair care tools improve hair health compared to traditional methods? These are my stakeholders. For primary, I did teenagers under 18 and adults 18 to 35. My secondary indirectly impact hair growth research like dermatologists, health and beauty industry, salons and barbers, emotional and social support networks such as social workers, family, and friends. This is my secondary research, and these are the quotes that I got out of some of my scholarly articles. The weakest link in your hair is characterized by the presence of internal defects preceded. Hand washing with hot water and sufficient solution combing and drying damage the hair, causing growth and cavities in industrial. Essential oils have great interest among the increased demand for herbals, commonness, and market. This is my primary research. I did surveys during class, and the results will only be seen by me or Zoe. This is my ethical standards. Privacy. Personal information about a person's hair condition or hair care routine should be kept confidential. Consent. People must give permission before their hair is examined, tested, or used in surveys or interviews. Safety. Hair products and tools should be used safely and avoid damage to hair or the scalp. Honesty. Information about the hair care results and perceived effectiveness should be reported truthfully. This is my hypothesis. If people have access to better tools or methods to access their hair condition, then they will be able to maintain healthier hair and prevent long-term damage. These are my survey questions. What grade are you in? How would you describe your hair type? How often do you change your hairstyle? How confident are you maintaining your hair between styles? What challenges do you face the most with hair maintenance? This is my survey data. So for the first graph, I compared the type of hair they have, and mostly 12th graders got curly hair, didn't get results from freshmen on either side. And I did not ask how often do they change their hairstyles, and between all the seniors change their hairstyles the most. Results and conclusion. Many people struggle to maintain healthy hair because they cannot accurately access its condition, which can lead to long-term damage. Tools and technology help by measuring things like moisture, breakage, and scalp health more accurately than guessing. Hair health is affected by heat, chemicals, scalp condition, and care habits. Personalized tools improve hair health by giving specific recommendations instead of general advice. This supports the idea that better assessment tools help people make better choices and prevent damage. My next step. Future capstone projects could expand this topic by testing different types of hair, analyzing tools such as scalp scanners, apps, or AI-based systems, and comparing how accurately they access hair health. Researchers could also study how personalized recommendations affect long-term hair improvement compared to traditional hair care routines. The results could help hairstylists, product developers, and customers make better decisions about their hair, leading to healthier outcomes and fewer long-term damage issues. This project could also connect to a future career in cosmetology, dermatology, or product developers by showing how technology can improve personalized care and support healthier hair habits after graduation. This is my lecture review. I have 5 on this side, and I have 5 on this slide. A quick understanding of all 10 of my articles. With my scholarly articles, they discuss how hair care affects both hair health and overall well-being. They show that hair damage comes from physical and chemical factors, and some products may pose health risks. They also highlight cultural influences on hair practices and note growing insect in nature, nettles, and essential oils. Final plan. My future plan after high school is to go to college and major in nursing. I also want to better maintain my hair so I can get a better understanding of my hair type and what products are good for hair like mine. Thank you. Do you guys have any questions?
I actually have a question about your conclusion. I saw that you kind of summarized how it can help people. Did you answer any of your scientific questions or prove your hypothesis true or false?
I think I answered that in my conclusion and results. I could go back.
Yeah, can you just point out where you're answering the science? Because I see you have like recommendations and things, but what are the answers to your scientific questions, specifically what part of this?
Ow. I'll say that I answered the third question when I mostly said that measuring things like moisture, breakage, and scalp health more accurately than guessing, because let me go back to the scientific questions. The last question is like how using personalized hair tools improve hair health compared to traditional methods. And I feel like if you use more personal hair tools rather than using traditional, you'll get a better understanding of your hair and how it actually works. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Y'all hear me? Y'all hear me? Okay. Hi, my name Ryan, and my social project, well, my capstone project is about the sideline social. These are my table of contexts, problem statement, stakeholder, scientific questions, my lecture review, data results, next steps, questions, hypothesis, and my pro. Yeah. So for my problem statement, I got many sport fans wants to communicate with famous athletes, but there are limited and unstructured ways to do so during games or events. For my scientific questions, I got, for one, how does fans' communication during games affect the behavior or reactions of professional athletes? For two, what methods do fans most commonly use to try to communicate with athletes during sports events? And for three, I got, does sideline interactions between fans and athletes increase fan engagement and enjoyment of the game? For my stakeholders, I got for my primary fans, athletes, and players. For my secondary, I got sports teams and organizations, event staff for stadium management, and media and social media platforms. For my secondary research, I got using this study as a beginning point, it would be edifying to observe the difference in new and social media use, both in above terms and over terms. The fan community as central to an understanding of loyalty to sports teams. A win preference of fantasy team resulted in lower team identification and team loyalty, which could have major implications on ticket sales, team merchandise sales, and sponsorship sales. So, so for my primary research, I gotta do surveys between classes, and all responses will only be seen by me or Zoe. For my ethical standards, for one, I got privacy. Personal information from fans or players should not be shared without permission. For two, I got consent. Participants should agree to be a part of the research before giving opinions or information. For three, honesty. All data collected should be reported truthfully without changing results. And for four, respect. Everyone involved in the research should be treated fairly and respectfully. For my hypothesis, If fans are given opportunities to communicate with athletes during games, then engagement and enjoyment of the sporting event will increase. These are my survey questions. 1, what grades are you in? For 2, I got what sports do you support? 3, how often do you watch any type of sport games? 4, what is your favorite sports to watch or play and why? 5, who is your favorite athlete? And for 6, do you believe that sport players notice or respond to fan messages? And for 7, do you think social media affects sports players? These are my survey data, and you can see senior runs for football. For my results and conclusions, I said many fans want to communicate with athletes during games, but there are limited ways to do so. Fans usually use cheering signs or social media, but these don't create real interactions. Fan communication can affect athletes' emotions and behavior, while giving fans more direct interaction could increase engagement and enjoyment. This supports the hypothesis that if fans can communicate with athletes during games, then enjoyment and engagement will increase. For my next steps, I got future Capstone project could explore different ways fans and athletes communicate, such as the digital messaging, sideline interaction, or social media during games and compare how these methods affect engagement in different sports. The results could help sports teams and events organizers improve fan experience, increase engagement, no, enjoyment, and better understand athlete reactions. This research could also support careers in sports management, marketing, or communications by showing how fan interaction influences engagement and how it can be used and improve real world sports experience after graduation. These are my lecture reviews. And a short summary for all 10 articles is basically talking about all these articles are saying that sports aren't just about playing the game. They involve fans, social media, money, and player performance. And all of these things connect together. Thank you. Any questions? Zoe? Oh, Owens?
Um, I know you talked about your next steps in regards to like how it's connected to other careers. Do you think that you'll be able to utilize any of this information for something that you want to do for your own next steps?
Yes. I think so, yeah.
Can you explain?
Um, I don't think I can. Zoe?
I saw that you had a graph there, but you didn't really explain like why you had it on there or what it meant. Can you go back to that graph and talk about it a little bit? Like, what did you find from that information?
Um, I don't think I can.
Okay. My project is on the connection between nutrition and mental well being. This is my agenda. Problem statement. Okay. Many people are unaware that their diet can significantly influence their mood, energy, and overall mental well being. Poor diets that are high in sugar and processed foods have been linked to anxiety, depression, and low motivation, while balanced diets with a sufficient amount of vitamins and nutrition can improve focus and mental stability. These are my scientific questions. The first one is, how does eating a lot of sugary or processed foods affect how people feel and how stressed they are? And how does this affect their overall mental health? The second one is, what makes people eat healthy, balanced meals feel happier, calmer than those who eat more junk food? My third and final one is, how can not getting enough vitamins or nutrition make people feel sad, tired, or anxious? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are people with eating disorders, overweight people, or and students. My secondary are teachers and parents. This is my secondary research. The first article I searched about is the impact of nutrition on mental health. This review highlights nutritions like omega-3s, B vitamins, and magnesium, how nutritions like that preserve brain function and control neuroinflammation. The second one The second one is the diet and the gut-brain axis in young adults. This study examines how Western diets high in sugar and processed precipitate die something and making individuals more vulnerable to mental illness. The third one is ultra-processed foods and depression risk. A meta-analysis confirming that a high intake of UPFs is consistently associated with an increased risk of depression across global cohorts. The fourth one is dietary quality and mental health in college students. A systematic review exploring the inconsistent but present links between healthy eating indicators and reduced stress or anxiety in an academic setting. These are my next ones. Lifestyle behaviors as predictors of well-being. A study showing that nutrition combined with physical activity explains 30% of variability in post-pandemic well-beings. This is my primary research plan. My primary research plan is optional and an anonymous survey to hopefully get people to hopefully get useful and reasonable responses for this project. After which I plan to interview at least 5 people about their eating habits, sugar consumption, and overall mood. My ethical standards. First, we have confidentiality and privacy. I protect my patient's identity by ensuring their personal information remains private and unidentifiable in my final results. Number 2, I hope to cause no harm. I will prioritize the physical and emotional safety of my patients by eliminating risk throughout my study. 3, data integrity. I present my findings with total honesty, refusing to alter data to fit a narrative, and always including my original hypothesis regardless of the outcome. Fourth and final one, voluntary participation. I ensure all participation is strictly voluntary and free from pressure, clearly communicating my intentions and methods to everyone involved. My hypothesis is I predict people who eat sugary and unhealthy foods will have more mental health concerns due to the unbalanced diet and lack of proper nutrition to power the brain and body. The This is my data analysis. The first question I asked was, how many times per day do you typically consume sugary drinks or snacks? One person said 0 times, 2 people said 1 time, 6 people said 2 to 3 times, and 3 people said 4 to 5 times. With most people eating sugary snacks several times a day, their bodies are basically stuck in a loop of using quick burn fuel. This frequent sugar intake really backs up the idea that an unbalanced diet doesn't give the brain the steady, high quality energy it needs to function at its best, and this allows for mental concerns. The next question I asked was, how would you describe your mood approximately 30 to 60 minutes after consuming a high sugar snack? One person said much better, more energetic, happier. 6 people said no noticeable change. 2 people said slightly better. 3 people said slightly worse. A lot of people noticed that they feel tired or grumpy. Once that initial sugar rush wore off, it's a perfect example of how unhealthy fuel leads to emotional ups and downs rather than the stable, positive mood you get from a balanced meal. My third question was, how often do you experience a sudden slump in the afternoon? Almost everybody reported hitting a wall at some point in the afternoon, which usually happens when your body runs out of that temporary sugar. These crashes are a huge sign that people aren't getting enough long-lasting nutritions required to keep their bodies and mind powered all day. The fourth question I asked was, when feeling stressed or upset, how likely are you to reach for a sugary snack to feel better? 2 people said likely, 4 people said neutral, 4 people said unlikely. 1 person said very likely, and 1 person said very unlikely. Some people feel like they need sugar just to keep their mood up. This dependence shows how a lack of proper diet can create a cycle where you're relying on a sweet treat to fix instead of actual brain-powering food. The final question I asked was, have you noticed a connection between eating high sugar processed foods and experiencing brain fog or difficulty focusing? 2 people said no, not at all. 2 people said no, not really. 3 people said no, not really. 3 people said not sure. 1 person said yes, somewhat. And 3 people said yes, strongly. Seeing so many people admit that sugar makes them feel foggy or lose focus proves that when you skip the unhealthy stuff and fill up on sugar, your brain lacks the proper needs, the proper things to power it. In conclusion, research shows that a high sugar processed diets leads to energy crashes, brain fog, and increased stress levels. My primary data confirms that people frequently feel tired or irritable after initial sugar rush wears off. These findings support my hypothesis that a lack of proper nutrition negatively impacts mental health and focus. Ultimately, the results prove that a balanced nutritional diet is essential for maintaining a stable and positive mood throughout the day. My next steps are, this research shows that sugary foods can lead to crashes and brain fog, directly explaining why students and overweight individuals struggle with focus and irritability. For teachers and students, this evidence proves that poor diet is a cause of classroom disruptions and mental distress. These are my references. Any questions? Joey?
I have a question about your next steps. How does this project help you in your future goals after high school? Like your plans for college, how does this help you there?
I feel like knowing what my body needs, what my brain and body needs to properly focus, can help me achieve my goals. Any more questions? Hi, my name is Isiah Mccord, and my project is on stress management. Here's my agenda. High school students often experience high levels of stress from schoolwork, social pressures, and personal responsibilities, which can negatively affect their mental health, focus, and overall well-being. My scientific questions: what are the most common causes of stress for high school students? How often stress management techniques affect students' focus and moods? Which stress management strategies help students reduce stress the most? My stakeholders, I got students at number one because they have schoolwork and then have to go home and deal with personal stuff such as like parents and family members. I got teachers because sometimes students can be disrespectful and teachers have to deal with the students and stuff like that. I got school counselors because they got to make sure everybody okay and with the colleges and stuff like that. Supporting research, research on mindfulness-based stress reduction shows that mindfulness levels lowers anxiety, reduce stress, and improves emotional control. Studies constantly find that patients report lower stress after completing mindfulness-based stress reduction programs. Here are some more supporting research. My hypothesis is if students practice stress management techniques such as deep breathing, exercise, and time management, then their stress levels will decrease and their focus in school will improve. My primary research idea was to do interviews on students about stress levels, test techniques such as breaks, short breaks, music, and breathing. My ethical standards. Here go my chart of what people chose they do when they stress and stuff. We got music at 15 because people like to listen to music. We got exercise. People say they go on walks or long jogs. People say they talk to friends or family members. Uh, some of my interview questions. My next steps to that I can plan on continuing after high school, practice on deep breathing, positive self-talk, physical movement, time management, and healthy coping habits. My conclusion is stress management is about recognizing what overwhelms you and using healthy strategies to stay balanced. By practicing positive coping skills constantly, you can reduce stress and strengthen your overall well-being. Here are my 10 references. Thank you for watching. Any questions? Ms. Owens?
Can you do me a favor and go back to those secondary research articles? Do you mind explaining how that information kind of helped you connect to creating your hypothesis as a whole?
Uh, my secondary research articles, like they helped me because they gave me some more information that I didn't know about when I was researching on stress management, such as like what helps people and how it can actually affect their mental health if they don't get help or seek positive ways of dealing with stress. Zoe?
Can you go over your ethical standards? I think you just skipped past that slide. Could you talk about that a bit?
Uh, I said keep their information in private and avoid discussing their situations with others. Um, properly, finding enough people to respond to the information and only share concerns if there is a safety risk. Ms. Lumpkin.
Can you talk about how what you learn from this will apply to your post-secondary plans and how someone could build on this next year if they wanted to do a similar capstone?
Someone can build on this by adding a little more research on how people can deal with their stress. But this, I continue to, I plan on continuing it by like taking some of these, like such as music, listening to music when I'm stressed and stuff like that, and journaling because I've actually taken a liking to writing recently.
Hi, my name is Tashun Foreman, and this is my capstone project on teen mental health through self-care. This is my agenda, and this is what I'm going to be talking about today. This is my problem statement. Many high school students struggle to have healthy self-care habits such as good hygiene, balanced sleeping, good eating habits, and stress management. Poor self-care can lead to low energy, lack of focus, and increased stress, which affects both school performance and overall well-being. Making self-care routines can help students feel better, work more, and get ready for life after high school. These are my scientific questions. How is my body feeling? What emotions am I feeling? What can I do right now to feel a little better? These are questions that you can ask yourself if you're not having like a good day, not in the mood, mad, sad, anything. These are my stakeholders. For teens, they use self care to feel better and manage stress. Parents and guardians, they help teens build healthy habits at home. Teachers, they support students and can reduce stress in class. School counselors and social workers, they help teens with feelings and mental health. School and community programs, they provide support and safe spaces. This is my secondary research. Teens need better tools to help manage their emotions on their own. Teens wait too long to get help, so support needed to be easier to reach. Teens are most likely to get help when they feel comfortable and not judged. Teens take on too much without help, so they need support to stay safe while taking care of themselves. This is my primary research. I study how self-care affects stress in teens. For several weeks, I tried to get 8 hours of sleep, take time out for myself, listen to music, talk to someone that I trust. These are the changes. When teens do self-care, they usually feel better, stay motivated, and perform well in school. Learning spaces that teach self-care and emotional skills help teens create positive habits that build self-confidence. These are my ethical standards. I wrote on my ideas. I respected other people's mental health. I kept personal feelings private. This is my hypothesis. If teens practice self-care every day, this may help them feel less stressed, sleep better, have more focus. So this is like the tracker that I did. Um, I was basically just like taking naps, taking breaks, probably need to sleep, watching a movie, and relaxing. My evidence from my primary research, well, yeah, took notes, added more self-care after a long day and a week of school during my project, friends and family had completed a survey. These, this is my data. And these is the answers. So for comfortable talking about feelings, most people said they're comfortable. Um, Getting 8 hours of sleep, people said sometimes, and then eating sometimes, and then working out, people said sometimes too. My data shows that teens feel less stressed, teens have more energy, teens can focus more, and this supports my hypothesis. My results is self-care helped improve moods and less stress in teens. My conclusion is self-care habits can help teens stay healthy, manage stress, and do better in school. My next steps is in the future, self-care can be taught in school, have stress support programs, help teens build healthy habits. This can help teens feel better and succeed. Self-care helps teens relax and feel better. My teachers, family, and friends support it. And in the future, I want to keep practice self-care, help others learn more about mental health and self-care. This is my reference. And any questions? Yes?
Can you talk a little bit about what you want to do after high school and how this project can help you when you get out into the bigger world?
Yes. I'm going to college, and I feel like this can help me because college is like stressing, and like I'll be working in college too, so like that can add more stress, and I get like really irritated like fast by anything, like literally. So I feel like doing this type of stuff, like taking breaks, talking to somebody, or like just taking time out for myself, it could just help me manage college and work in the future.
All right. My name is Arthur Crosby, and this is my capstone project about the quality of school lunch in high schools. I'm going to ask you a question, and I would like you to raise your hand if it applies to you. As a show of hands, how many of us dislike school lunch in here? All right, that's a lot of people. And if you raised your hand, I also agree with you, which is why I made this capstone project here about the quality of school lunch. Here's my table of contents. The agenda is a problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, primary research, literature review, hypothesis, ethical concerns, data and results, and next steps. Here's my problem statement. High schools commonly serve food that is unappetizing to students, which leads to them viewing the school environment through a negative lens. This results in students valuing the school system less due to not feeling valued by the school system, leading to them applying themselves less in the school curriculum. Here are my stakeholders, which is high schoolers because they are the subjects of this research and they are the most affected by the school lunch. Teachers because they are secondary stakeholders. If students don't value the work enough to pay attention, teachers cannot do their job. Parents because children eat twice as much at home after skipping school lunch, requiring the parent to restock out of pocket more frequently. Lunch workers because they tend to get the most and the first complaints about the food that is served during lunch. High schools because the students' test grades are used to reflect the learning environment of the school, so it falls on their reputation when it's bad. Here's all my supporting research, which I will go over later. And here are the beginning of my scientific questions, which is, my first one is, how do schools with quality lunch compare to schools with subpar lunch regarding attendance? Here's my secondary research evidence, which is my scholarly articles. And articles 1 through 3 collectively show that improving student nutrition has measurable academic and developmental benefits. A healthy meals campaign in the UK improved math and science scores with reduced illness-related absences by 14%. Reduced illness-rated absences by 14%. Early childhood nutrition programs were shown to raise academic achievement by helping children develop earlier and enter school sooner. More recent research has found that improved school nutrition also strengthens students' health, a sense of belonging, and optimism about the future. Together, the evidence shows that better nutrition supports academic performance, attendance, and overall well-being. Here's my second scientific question. How does the quality of school lunch affect students' attitudes towards the school curriculum? Articles 4 through 6 show that steady, nutritious eating strongly supports students' focus and academic performance. Schools that improved meal quality all year round, not only on test days, saw the biggest gains in test scores, showing that consistent nutrition boosts productivity year round. Studies on fasting found that skipping food or skipping meals slows attention and memory while increasing errors, proving that the lack of nutrition harms learning or the learning process. Additional research showed that eating breakfast daily improves school performance and cognitive health. Together, these findings support the hypothesis that poor quality or skipped meals reduce productivity and negatively affect students' attitudes towards their schoolwork. Here's my last scientific question, which is, how can we measure changes in grades and attendance? How can we measure if changes in grades and attendance are relevant to the changes in school lunch? Articles 7 through 10 show that higher quality nutrition is linked to stronger academic outcomes. Schools serving more nutritious meals had higher test scores, showing that better foods support cognitive performance. Tyrosine-rich foods improved memory and alertness in stressed or tired individuals, demonstrating that certain nutrients help maintain cognitive function under pressure. School breakfast programs also increased breakfast consumption and improve students' educational status. Together, these findings show that better nutrition quality leads to better performance, supporting the hypothesis that low-quality meals worsen academic outcomes, and that changes in grades and low attendance can be meaningfully linked to changes in the school lunch quality. Here's my primary research, which is the first area or method of my primary research, which is a focus group. It had 5 people in it. The independent variables are the meals consumed. The dependent variables are the academic performance of each student or test subject and the meals that they chose to eat. The control variables are the environment, the surveys that they took at the end of the observation, and the time of the trials or each trial. And the method that I would use is to compare their performance from week 1, which is the high quality foods, and the week 2, which is the school lunch that they'd be eating, to conclude if better lunch leads to better academic performance. My second method of primary research is surveys. These surveys will ask participants how they felt during week 1 of the experiment compared to week 2. If they think they performed better after eating the lunch they brought, or the food they brought in, or if they performed better eating school lunch, and if they think it was harder to function cognitively after digesting school lunch. Here are my ethical standards, which is voluntary participation, to do no harm, to maintain confidentiality and privacy, and data integrity. Here's my data and results. So 64.7% of students said that they skipped school lunch or did not eat it, while 35.3% of students said that they do eat school lunch. 94.1% of students answered that they typically bring something to eat during lunch, while 5.8% said they typically do not bring or eat anything at lunch, which means they basically just skip lunch. 52.9% of students answered that they typically perform better academically after eating store-bought meals, while 23.5% of students answered that they think they perform better after eating school lunch, which is surprising to me. 78.3% of students answered that they typically perform worse after not eating anything due to being hungry and unable to focus while doing work. Here's more data and results, which is one of the questions from my survey, which says, do you eat school lunch? And as you can see, 64.7 said no, while 35.3 said yes. I also asked, do you bring something to eat to school? Most people said yes, and a small portion of people said no, which is the same portion of people that said they skip lunch. I also asked how often that they eat school lunch, and ranging from 1 being not often at all, 5 being very often. Most people landed on a 2, which was occasionally, rarely. I also asked how often they bring something to eat to school. Same thing again, 1 being rarely or never, 5 being very and all the time. Most people ended on 5, which means most students bring a lot to eat instead of eating the school lunch. And here's my primary research results, which is my problem statement. During my primary research, I was able to prove that majority of students, being nearly 70%, are unsatisfied with the quality of the lunch being served as the quality of the food being served at lunch, and that it negatively affects their academic performance and opinion of the school's environment/funding. And I also found that some students try to focus, but they can't due to outside issues, and some have their priorities set on different things, which causes them to care less instead of it being from the school lunch, which is something that I assumed in my problem statement, or that I got wrong from my problem statement. Here's my scientific questions results, and I was able to answer my second and third scientific questions, with the answers being that the school lunch does negatively affect the way that the students view the school's curriculum, doubting its ability to provide not only good food, but anything good in terms of school events and activities. Like, for example, a lot of the seniors felt a little unsatisfied, or they didn't really have any faith in the senior skip day being any good because it wasn't really planned out right, and I heard a lot of seniors talking about they weren't going to participate and they just stay home because, they didn't think it was going to be good. Here is my hypothesis, or my results for my hypothesis and my stakeholders. All of my hypotheses were true, not only due to my primary research, but were also backed up by the multitude of trustworthy articles and tests done that support the claims I made in each hypothesis. My stakeholders are all in alignment with the issue I have researched, but more stakeholders that could be added is the district that the school operates in and the government, as both have involvement in the funding that goes into the school's meals. For my next steps, since I decided to do an experiment, I struggled to find enough participants since so many people were against the idea of eating school lunch at all. Especially for a period of time that I was trying to make them for pretty much a week straight, which led to me almost having to switch to interviews. If I were to do this again, or if somebody else were to do this based off my research, I would either start with surveys, or I'd recommend that they start with surveys and interviews as their mixed method, or I would choose an entirely different approach to my primary research to avoid this problem, ensure that I have enough people willing to participate in my research. Here are my references, and is there any questions? Yes, Zoe.
Maybe I just missed it, but did you talk about your plans after high school and how this project helps you with that?
I did not, but if you would like me to. So my plans are obviously to go into college, and I think this personally helps me a lot because I don't know about you, but I struggle with procrastination. So I think this could help me a lot because it helps me focus, or not only do I struggle with procrastination, but I also struggle with, having a healthy and consistent sleep schedule. So this research could help me because as was shown in some of my research, specific foods are more impactful. Like tyrosine-rich foods are more impactful on tired or like individuals that did not get good sleep or good rest. So it really helps me focus on what I should be eating and what I shouldn't be eating to help me get the best performance in college, because that's a lot more important than just high school. Was that a hand, Miss Owens? All right.
Good morning. I'm Lorenzo Slade. I'm class of 26, and this is my project, The Main Roots of Sports Injury. Before I start, I got 2 questions. How many people in here play sports? Raise their hand. All right. How many people in here have got injured playing the sport? All right. This is the agenda that I will be going over today. Problem statement. Overtraining leads to injury because excessive high intense exercise without acute recovery causes fatigue, poor form, and decreased performance, pushing beyond physical limits, increasing the risk of both acute injuries and chronic overuse. Poor conditioning leads to muscle fatigues and cramping, which increases the risk of injuries. Playing through pain is dangerous. It can often lead to extra injuries, long-term recovery, and over permanent damage. Scientific questions. How does eating high-fat food, grease food, cause nausea, vomiting, and abdominal cramping? How can not stretching affect their body, and does it cause muscle weakness and start tightening up and cause pain in workouts and practice? How does poor sleep impress signals from the brain to muscles? Stakeholders. Primary stakeholders are players are experiencing significant physical and physicality distress due to high injury rates. The sports medics are provides immediate on the field injury evaluation, managing a treatment to athletes to ensure safety so they can return to play. Secondary stakeholders are the NBA and NFL injury rates threaten review as acute players absent decreased viewership and high stakes of playoff games. The people that make profits from the NBA and NFL are the league office, team owners, and large economics. These are my scholarly articles. These are my other scholarly articles. These are my intake citations. The most common injuries in the NFL and NBA are knee injuries, ankle injuries, hamstring and tight strains, concussions, shoulder injuries, core muscle injuries, and fractures. And this is the website where I found all the information. It's a health website for NBA for NFL players. The most common injuries in the NBA are lumbar strains, hamstrings, knee ligament tears, and ACL, MCLs. And this is where I found all the information for these injuries. My hypothesis is high-fat fast food consumption acts as a performance-hindering factor for athletes, causing decreased digestive infection and myological issues that negatively impact sleep quality and physical performance. My primary research was I sent out a survey to students and staff members to find out what their opinion is about athletic injuries and to identify the negative conclusion or participation in training or competition while injured. My ethical standards are I let them know that interviews are voluntary and that they have a yes or no option and that their information will not be leaked and they will stay anonymous. This is my survey data. When I did my survey, I asked them, what do they think what injuries have the highest rate in sports and what sport causes the highest injury rate? 78.8% said football. Basketball got 12.1%, and cheer only got 9.1%. This is my other survey data. The most grade levels I got was 10th grade. I asked them, does stretching before a game, and they most say yes. I asked them, do they feel like hamstrings can become an ACL if not taking care of it properly? Most of them said yes, less said no. And I asked them, have they been in a situation where they got injured at practice? Most said yes, less said no. This is my interview data. For student one, they said they played football and basketball. I asked them, does high-fat food affect the body? They said yes, and also eating sugary food. I asked them, do they feel like hamstrings become ACL? They said yes, if not taking care of it right and not using proper equipment to treat it right. I asked them, have they got injured? Student one said they tore their ACL. Student two said yes, but not badly. They only sprained their ankle. And student three said yes, they got injured playing basketball. And they all said the main sport that causes injury is football. For my conclusion, in conclusion, the main roots of sports injuries are rarely acute trauma from sudden impacts or accidents that play a major role, particularly in contact sports. The vast majority in injuries stem from reproductive, high-load activities that exceed the body's capacity to recover. This is the data I got from my data table, and I asked them, what do they think the main causes of sports injuries are, and this is what they put. For my next steps is to go to college at GVSU and play sports at the collegiate level, and to major in mechanical engineering and start up my own clothing brand. My advice to someone that wants to continue this project next year is to interview athletes during their seasons. That way, you can get interviews early and don't have to get them late. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe? Yes. It can help me not get injured when I play at the collegiate level. Yes, Zoe?
I have a question about your data, actually. Did you prove your hypothesis true or false with any of the research that you found?
Yes, I did.
Can you talk a little bit about how you found that to be true?
I found it to be true when I looked at the scholarly articles and just doing research about athletic injuries, and in my interview data, which I got from my interview participants.
Orlando West. Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Orlando West, and I will be instating problems AI brings to artists. I have a quick question. How many of you love to draw? Ooh, that's a lot of you. Well, that's good because this slide or capstone project is just for you. This is my agenda. I will be going over stakeholders, problem statements, problem research, supporting research, primary research, references, primary research proposal, ethical standards, and my hypothesis. This is my stakeholders. The effects of AI can do to jobs. What is AI doing to society? The outcome with AI use at work, the effect AI has on kids and students, and the overall outcome with AI and humans. Many artists struggle to find stable employment due to limited job opportunities and the lack of network connections. And the rise of AI makes it difficult for emerging artists to secure a art-related job. Artists often face challenges in matching their creative skills with available jobs. With this huge demand for art service leads to jobs to use AI for you don't have to pay and won't take up as much time. Due to this, art graduates lack the career guidance and making it hard to transition from education to professional art careers. These are my problem research. What is the difference between digital art and the art that AI makes? What is the point of making art if we have AI to make it? Do artists have a higher level of creative skills than AI? How will artists help in the job and department? AI is rapidly changing the way we work, play, and communicate. While AI has some potential to help solve complex problems, you are more likely to depend on it for things that you don't need AI. There is serious concern on AI. It is a very scary thing with today's technology. It gets harder and harder to tell the difference between AI and what's real. Just a few weeks ago, I was in class and my sub asked a question on what is our topic on our capstone projects. I told her mine. And then when I told her this, she told me how she caught a student who is in one of those tests where there's supposed to be two teachers walking back and forth to make sure no student will cheat. And instead of the student getting in trouble for being caught using ChatGPT to answer the questions, instead she was just having her test paper taken back and just laughed at by the class. Nobody tried to actually snitch on her. That's the problem. It could have been a test to become a doctor, and she just cheated on it using AI instead of actually studying for something that may have killed somebody in the future if she tried to go for it. With today's technology, it gets hard. Oh, I already explained this. In a few years or even less, AI will only grow more out of hand. When it comes to AI, I think we should limit its use for the sake of our future. What it may become with the rapid development of cybernetic technology. In recent years, AI has been seen almost in all of our life choices, and some of that may no longer be regretted as AI because it is so common in daily life that we are so much too used to it. Human digital art is created by a person using creative personal experience, emotions, and intentional choices. Artists decide every detail such as color, compassion, style, and meaning. Using tools like drawing tables or software, AI-generated art is created by computer programs trained on large digital of images. AI analyzes patterns from existing artwork and generates new images based on prompts that is given by the user. In the past 5 years, with the growth of AI, the effect that it has on our children and society on social media platforms has risen concerns. With adults or parents on a global scale with something called brain rot. Due to this, children are on social media platforms watching an uneducational video, and if AI were to create stories, art, ideas for them all the time, kids will start to practice their own creativity less. Do people have a higher level of creativity? Of course y'all do. AI, yes, we do can only generate the type of art that is told, that it is told to do. AI has no meaning behind art. It is just simply made to do what we ask it to do. One reason many artists struggle to find stable employment is that the number of available jobs in the industry is relatively small compared to the number of people trained in creative fields. For example, government labor scientists show that the total number of jobs for artists is relatively limited. In 2024, there were about 52,000 jobs for artists, but the employment projected to grow very little between 2024 and 2034. Because of the growth of AI, new generations of graduates must compete for a small number of positions each year, making the job market highly competitive. Even when jobs open, many are created because previous workers either retired or changed career because the industry is expanding with the immediate between AI and AI-generated art and with demanding few jobs. It makes it difficult for emerging artists to find stable work. For my primary research, I will then ask questions on different social platforms that that have different artists. And these people love to show their work to other people or to the world, and they will not mind giving their opinion. These are my references. My primary research. For my research proposal, I'm going to ask people who do 3D or digital art for their job or as a hobby, what are their personal thoughts on AI after they give me their answers. I will then write their answers down. These are their questions that I will be asking the participants. This is my ethical standards. This is all the information that I have gathered from the participants. This is my hypothesis. If AI is used, artists find it hard to do what they are gifted, and with this info that developing demands for 3D animators and art designers, based on what I've read and seen, by 2028 and 2030, artists will no longer be necessarily needed in animation or any other art choices, and their payrolls will be cut by 10 to 6%. This is my conclusion and my next step. In my conclusion, my personal thoughts on AI is not all that bad. I do think it may have potential to help future generations learn and adapt to their surroundings, but with that, it's also killing the creativity and determination. And if digital art is overused, then that generation might not even try to pick up a pen, pencil, or a paintbrush to try to draw the first little thing that comes to mind. For my next step, I'm hoping that I can go to a college that will allow me to pursue the career of 3D animation or any art-related job. In the future, And if future students want to try to use this capstone project for their own, I suggest that you look into as many art-related online articles. That way you could talk to a wide spread of artists who would love to share their work to the world. This is the end. Any questions? Ms. Zoe?
I saw that you had your ethical standards on your slide, but you didn't talk about them. Could you go back and talk about your ethics, please, and how you applied them on this project?
Yes, I'm sorry. My ethical standards. Participants will be fully informed about the purpose of the study, what they will be asked to do, any potential risk, or how their data will be used. Before they agree to participate, they will receive a written consent from explaining this information in clear language. Participants will be completely voluntary. No one will be pressured, concerned, or offered inappropriate inconveniences. Participants will be informed that they may withdraw at any time with given and without penalty. Any more questions?
Okay. Hi, my name is Kaylin Ross, and I'm doing my capstone on comparing flooring stone durability. This is my agenda. In busy areas, summer brings a lot more traffic. From June to August, crashes and injuries go up. And even the equality of the tiles or stones on the ground can make things worse, such as accidents. What factors make summer driving more dangerous and increase the likelihood of crashes, injuries, or deaths? In what ways does heavy snow affect driving conditions and cause vehicles to move more slowly in traffic? What causes drivers to become distracted when passing areas where road work is being done? These are some of my stakeholders: stone suppliers, homeowners, insurance companies, building developers, and stone installers. Summer traffic puts extra stress on pathways and roads, and research shows that weaker stones wear down faster in heat and heavy use. Harder materials like rock and lava stay stronger, keep their texture, and maintain better resistance during the summer months. When the stones crack or gets too smooth, the surface becomes unsafe, increasing the chances of slips, glides, and accidents. These are my references. In high traffic areas, the stone we use for roads and paths gets worn down and polished over time, making it lose its grip, to where the stone and tiles and stuff starts cracking, breaking, and starts creating holes, such as potholes out here in the streets. For my primary research, I'm using a survey to see why people choose their certain flooring, stone flooring in their house, like tiles and other stuff like that. I asked about things like wear on stone floors, cracks, or chips from heavy foot traffic, whether heat affects the flooring, slipperiness, and if people use rugs on hardwood or stone. I'm sharing the survey with students, adults, and younger kids across different social media platforms. I made sure my questions were basic and didn't ask for anything personal, such as, age and stuff like that, like your names. No one else will be able to see your responses when you submit your survey. Only me and Zoe will. If a stone floor is walked on a lot during the summer, if a person is walking on the floor more often during the summer, then the stone will wear down faster due to the increased foot traffic and heat. I predict that more wear and damage is more common if stone floors are softer when compared to harder stone. This is my evidence from my primary research. I had got 59 responses on my survey. I can conclude that While people are generally find stone and hardwood flooring to be high quality and durable, the specific type of flooring in a home is more often determined by the builder or the landlord rather than the person living in it. This is the link to my data analysis. This study shows that the quality of flooring materials directly impacts safety and durability in high traffic areas. Survey data from residents reveals that while many people appreciate the look and strength of the stone or tile, these surfaces are still prone to cracking and wearing down over time. These are some of my responses I got for what made you choose the flooring types you currently have. I had got more of no responses for does your hardwood or stone flooring show more wear during the summer. I had got more no responses than the unsure. And I got like 14% yeses. This graph shows that no, people have not really noticed any cracks or chips when their floor had used more foot traffic. This shows that no, that people have not witnessed any of this, but have possibly noticed some of this. My next steps are, as I look back at my capstone, I can already see a few directions someone could take it further by digging deeper into the research, by collecting more data, or exploring variables I didn't have time to include. The insights I gathered could help stakeholders make better decisions or improve the way they approach the issue I studied. On a personal level, the project helped me understand my own strengths and interests more clearly. The skills I used were planning, researching, analyzing, and presenting, which are the same skills I'll need in my career. Thanks. Any questions? Zoe?
I had a question about your hypothesis, actually. I wanted to know if you proved your hypothesis true or if you proved it false with your survey responses and your interviews.
I would say that my hypothesis is true based on my answers in my survey, from my answers that I had got and gathered. Any more questions?
Can y'all hear me? Hello? Okay, so talking this one. Okay. Um, my name is McKinley Boyer, and today I'll be doing my capstone project on the hair influence on your psychological health. Um, my agenda today is my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, primary research, secondary research, hypothesis, results, conclusion, next steps, and then my Q&A. Disclaimer, I switched my slides over to a new template, so a lot of stuff is like mixed up, but like it's more of a listen to what I'm saying than look at how it's organized. But yeah. Um, so my problem statement is among adults and teenagers, there is a tendency to avoid wearing their hair out in public, choosing to cover and style it in ways that conceal it. This behavior is often due to personal preference, comfort, appearance concerns, or social perception. However, regularly choosing not to wear hair naturally or openly may influence psychological well-being by affecting self-expression, self-confidence, comfort in social settings. Individuals may experience reduced self-esteem or increased self-consciousness depending on how they perceive their appearance and their hair visible. Despite hair being an important aspect of identity and personal expression, there is limited understanding of how the decision to consistently conceal or not wear hair out impacts psychological health in daily life. If this is not normalized, this may affect unnormalized. This may affect how individuals express themselves and engage socially. Um, my scientific questions is, what is the relationship between wearing hair out in public and levels of self-esteem among teenagers and adults? How does the frequency of wearing hair out versus concealing hair relate to reported levels of social anxiety or self-consciousness? Is there a measurable difference and psychological well-being between individuals who regularly wear their hair out or those who do not? How do hairstyles choice wear hair out versus concealed styles influence confidence levels in social environments such as school, work, or public spaces? To what extent does hair visibility affect individuals' comfort and participation in social interactions? Um, my stakeholders are teens and adults. Those are people who are affected by hair, will be affected by, the hair and self-esteem. Parents would help support children in finding what makes them happy and comfortable in, you know, their hairstyle or how they would like to have their hair. Um, Social groups influence how people feel about themselves. They play a big influence on how people choose to wear their hair or the styles that, you know, they may like to wear. Um, Beauty industry professionals, they help clients feel better about themselves, styling their hair in ways that, makes them feel better. Um, And then I guess I will put administration as well. I couldn't fit 5 on here, but administration as well as students come to school every day. They could help, you know, students find things that make them happy as well as feel like parents can, and yeah. Um, for my primary research, this project, I conducted my primary research by doing an interview on my peers and administrator from my school, as well as conducting an online survey to further investigate if hair care affects your mental health. Um, the videos are not in here, like I said. I had to change it, but if you guys want to go back and look at my presentation, like after I add it, I don't have a problem with that. Um, my ethical standards are, just the regular protocol for, my survey. I got consent from the people I asked. They volunteered. It was no harm in there, and it is anonymous, so only me and Zoe will know the people's emails and their answers and responses. This is my secondary research. It's bunched up, but a few quotes that I have on here is hair loss often leads to psychological disturbance and distress. Hair is a dynamic aspect of appearance shaping how people are perceived. Hair can be a source of judgment, exclusion, or fear. Hair is an important component of self-image and social identity. So these are the questions. These are the questions that I asked for my survey. The first question was the age group. 28.6% was 18 through 24. 21.4% was 25 through 54. 14.3 was 55 and up, and 35.7 was 14 through 17. This question was, what are the reasons you choose to style or cover your hair in public? 54.5% said fashion style. 27.3 said personal beliefs. Social influence was 18.2. 36.4 said as a statement, and 27.3 said they're not sure. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident do you feel wearing your hair out in public? 6.7% said 1. 6.7% said 4. Well, yeah, 2 said 13.3. Well, 2 said 5, but that was 13.3%. One person said 6. 2 people said 7. 3 people said 9, and 5 people said 10. Do you believe societal norms influence how you wear your hair? 60% said yes, and 40% said no. 80% of the people who did this survey were females, and 20% were male. On a scale of 1 to 5, how often do you feel conscious about your hair when in social settings? 2 people said 1. 4 people said 2. 4 people said 3. 4 people said 4, and 1 person said 5. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident do you feel wearing your hair out in public? I could have sworn I just did that. Okay. My next steps would be, in the future, I can use this research in my work as someone who does hair and as someone who wants to become a psychiatrist. Doing hair now gives me firsthand experience of seeing how hair affects people's confidence and self-esteem in real time. This project helps me connect that to mental health, showing how appearance can impact emotions and social comfort. It will help me better understand people's experiences and support them both emotionally and physically in the future. Oh, this is my hypothesis. For this capstone project, I predict that individuals who feel good about their hair and choose to wear their hair out in public will report higher confidence and stronger self-esteem. In contrast, those who feel less satisfied with their hair or prefer to conceal it will report lower self-esteem and higher levels of self-consciousness in social settings. These are my references, and any questions and answers, questions. Zoe?
I have a question about interpreting the significance of your project. So my question is, with your survey responses and your articles, did you find answers to your scientific questions? Did you prove your hypothesis true or false?
I proved my hypothesis true. In the video that I did, the questions that I asked, I pretty much asked, do you feel more confident when your hair is done, or do you feel more confident when your hair is not done?
The person said they feel confident, both ways, but they do feel like they have a boost with their hair being done. So I do feel as though that does connect to what I was asking or what I'm trying to get at with your hair being done. It do connects to how you feel. Like if your hair is done, you will feel better versus if your hair is not done, maybe you won't feel the best. Um, my scientific questions. I would say yes. In my references, it does answer my questions. When you go through my project, you will be able to get a better understanding of it. Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you.
Um, hello. Hello. Good morning or good evening. My name is Myles Bray, and this is my capstone project, AI in the learning environment. This is my agenda, outline the problem, my investigation, and the results and conclusion. This is my problem statement. In both school and the workplace, people are becoming more and more dependent on using AI to complete their tasks. This dependency on technology can lead to laziness and prevents people from learning required skills in both environments. Our scientific questions: what problems can the extended usage of AI cause in these learning environments? What could be the benefits of AI in the workplace? And how have students and employees grown reliant on technology in recent years? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are the students and the employees, and that's because students and employees are growing more reliant on AI, which can hinder their growth. And then my secondary stakeholders are OpenAI, teachers and managers, Meta and Anthropic. OpenAI, Anthropic, and Meta are the leaders in AI technology, and then teachers and managers are unable to properly educate students and employees due to AI usage. This is my supporting research. These are mainly about like AI in education. The first one says, however, its use raises various concerns, such as its generation of incorrect or fake information and the threat it poses to academic integrity. So it's basically talking about how detrimental using AI can be in the educational environment. And it's also talking about how people have an over-reliance on it when doing their assignments. These are more about its reliance, like how students and employees rely on artificial intelligence. This one says, research has shown that excessive dependence on AI can weaken critical thinking, problem solving, and independent learning skills as individuals begin to rely on technology instead of developing their own abilities. This third page is more about the cognitive effect of artificial intelligence and relying on it. As the second one says, the report describes a kind of doom loop of AI dependence where students increasingly offload their own thinking onto the technology, leading to the kind of cognitive decline or atrophy more commonly associated with aging brains. So people that rely too much on AI, their brains are they're more similar to that of like the elderly, which isn't good. And then this last one, this is my favorite one because it mainly it's about a university in Zimbabwe, and it was about like an academic crisis where many students are using AI for their assignments, and how the dependency on it is like detrimental to their education. For my primary research, I decided to do a survey and an experiment to compare how artificial intelligence impacts learning and skill development. The survey asked students about how often they use artificial intelligence tools for schoolwork, what kinds of tasks they use AI for, and whether they believe AI helps or hurts their understanding, retention, and independent thinking. For the experiment, participants were divided into two different groups. One group was to complete the test with AI tools, and the other task was to complete it without AI assistance. And they would just take notes with AI and without AI. And then after both groups were to take a test, or just take the same test and we measured how they retain the information better using AI or without AI. My ethical standards. Participants will be told the purpose, process, and voluntary nature of the study. No pressure or rewards will be used. No names or identifying details will be included. Participants will be informed that this is for a senior capstone project. I will record data accurately, avoid bias, and include all results. And the study was minimal risk, and the participation is voluntary and low stress. My hypothesis, I predicted that it would be easier to retain information without using AI while learning something new as opposed to trying to with artificial intelligence. These are my survey results. These were demographic questions. These were the research questions. And then these are my test results from the experiment. These were the participants that didn't use AI, and these were the participants that did use AI. Now, this is the data analysis from my surveys. The survey results supported my hypothesis, as most participants believe that people rely too much on AI, and that frequent AI use can make people more dependent on technology. Many respondents also agreed that relying heavily on AI may reduce independent thinking and problem-solving skills, supporting my prediction that learning without AI may improve retention and understanding. Now, this is my data analysis for my experiment. The results from the experiment show mixed performance between participants who use AI tools and those who did not. Some participants scored high regardless of AI use, while others scored lower, showing that AI did not automatically improve understanding or retention of information. Overall, the data suggests that using AI can help complete tasks faster, but it may not always lead to a stronger long-term learning or memory retention. These findings partially support my hypothesis that it will be easier to retain information without using AI, as participants who learn without using AI appear to demonstrate either a similar or a stronger understanding of the material than those that did, which suggests that actively working through the material independently would improve retention and critical thinking skills. This is my conclusion. My hypothesis was mostly supported because the data suggested that people who rely less on AI while learning new information may remember and understand the material better over time, while AI offers benefits in schools and workplaces. The research showed that overdependence on technology can negatively affect learning and skill development. Overall, the results of my primary research supported the problem statement by showing that AI is becoming more common in learning and work environments, but excessive use may prevent people from fully developing important academic and workplace skills. The research showed that extended AI usage in learning environments can lead to problems such as reduced critical thinking, lower information retention, and increased dependence on technology. Many participants believe students may rely on AI instead of practicing important skills on their own. The results also show that AI has benefits in the workplace, including helping people complete tasks faster, improving efficiency, and making information easier to access. Participants recognize that AI can save time and support productivity when used correctly. The survey data suggested that students and employees have become more reliant on technology in recent years because AI tools are now easier to access and commonly used for schoolwork, research, and communication and workplace tasks. These are my next steps. If someone were to continue this capstone project, I would recommend testing a larger and more diverse group of participants. That's to make the results more reliable and representative of a large audience. And they could also compare different types of AI tools like Goth or using Anthropic or Meta instead of just ChatGPT. and to see if the AI affects retention differently depending on the task. So, like, say you were to use AI for an English assignment, then maybe that how much you retain from that will be different from using it for like a math assignment. And then another improvement would probably be making the experiment more of a long-term study that would test participants days or weeks later to better measure how AI impacts long-term memory and understanding. I'm currently enrolled at Michigan State University to pursue a degree in computer science and a minor in creative writing. Since AI technology is becoming more and more relevant in both programming and writing, this research helped me better understand the benefits and risks of relying too heavily on AI tools. It also encouraged me to think critically about how technology should be used to support learning and creativity rather than replace important problem solving and communication skills. These are my references. And thank you for listening. Do you have any questions? Zoe?
So we've had a couple projects so far that have talked about AI and like their use in the classroom or creative fields. My question is for you, how do you think like the use of AI affects students' ability to like perform long term? So like they're studying for the test using AI or they're doing an assignment with AI and then 2 years later the same topic comes up for them. How do you think that affects their ability to retain that knowledge?
Well, personally, I'm going to speak from like my own experience with AI. When I was using it like a couple years ago for like geometry, I didn't really remember anything because I think it was a couple weeks ago or like a week ago we did the star math test and there was some geometry on there, and I didn't know what was going on. So I think that using AI would be wouldn't it would be harder for them to retain the information that they use AI for.
Hi, my name is Azzariah Hardaway, and I have done my project on the effects of overcommitment on student performance and well-being, and I am also class of 2026. So first, here's my agenda. We're going to be outlining the problem, which consists of my problem statement, scientific questions, and my stakeholders. We are then going to move on into my investigation, which consists of my literature review, my procedure, and my hypothesis. Lastly, we will be going over my results and conclusion, which consists of my data and results, my next steps, and my Q&A. My problem statement. Many high school students take on too much schoolwork and activities, which can lead them to be stressed and burned out. Finding out how this affects their well-being and performance in school/extracurriculars can help students find a better balance. Why I chose this topic. I chose this topic because it connects directly to my own experiences. As a student athlete, I balance academics, sports, and multiple extracurricular activities. Recently, as I joined more programs, I began to feel extremely overwhelmed and stressed, not fully realizing how much pressure I had taken on at once. This experience made me feel curious about whether other students feel the same way and how overcommitment impacts their academic performance, mental health, and daily lives. I wanted to understand how students manage these challenges, what strategies help them cope, and what happens when the balance becomes too much. My scientific questions. 1, how does taking on multiple academic and extracurricular commitments affect student stress levels? 2, what is the relationship between student burnout and academic performance? And 3, what factors help students manage heavy workloads without experiencing burnout? My stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are high school students because they experience the workload, the stress, and the burnout firsthand. Parents and guardians because they often set high expectations and observe the effects of the burnout at home. And lastly, teachers because they assign and manage academic workloads and can influence how students' stress levels are affected. My secondary stakeholders are college admissions officers because they influence the pressure students feel to build strong resumes, and policymakers or school boards because they may use results to create or adjust education policies that address student burnout. My hypothesis is that if students are overcommitted to too many activities, such as sports, clubs, jobs, and schoolwork, then their academic performance and overall well-being will decrease because they will have less time for rest, studying, and managing stress. Now for my primary research. My goal and execution. My goal was to raise awareness to the stress and exhaustion that students, athletes experience trying to keep up their grades and their athletic performance. I did this by sending out surveys to gather a group of people that experienced this issue. Then I followed up with interviews to get more deeper in-depth responses. And then I also observed their performance in school by comparing their grades and before and after the season started. My survey procedure. I first created questions. I then reviewed them with my teacher, Zoe. I created a Google form, had students to complete the form, transferred responses to Google Sheets, and then used the responses to build my interview questions and gain interviewees. My interview procedure was that I created questions based off of my survey responses, reviewed them with my teacher, Zoe, selected and contacted my interviewees, set up dates and time for the interview, allowed for them to choose a verbal or written interview, and then collected the information as evidence. My ethical standards. I did voluntary participation. My participants will know the purpose of my project, what they will do, and how data will be used. The participation was voluntary and with no pressure or rewards, and that they were aware that they could stop at any time. My surveys were anonymous. The interviews, I used fake names, and no identification details would have been shared, and data will only have been seen by my teacher and I. Everyone also got the same questions, and I recorded answers accurately and reported results honestly. Lastly, my project had low risk, and if anyone felt uncomfortable, they could skip questions or stop at any time. My results. My survey results are that many The survey results support my hypothesis that overcommitment lowers academic performance and well-being. Most student athletes reported feeling overwhelmed, 90.9%, and physically exhausted, 82.6%, while over half, 56.5%, said their grades dropped during the sports season. This suggested that balancing multiple responsibilities can increase stress negatively and affect school performance. My interview results. Participant 1 stated that most of my time goes towards my sports and not too much of my studies. This supports the claim that student athletes struggle to balance academics because sports take on too much priority, leading to less focus on schoolwork and potential grade impact. Participant 2 stated that I don't balance it honestly, I just keep my grades to the bare minimum to play sports. This directly shows how overwhelming schedules can cause students to prioritize eligibility over true academic success. Now, reinforcing the idea that sports can negatively affect performance. Participant 3 stated that I was about to be ineligible because I got too comfortable with being an athlete and not too much of the student part. This highlights the real consequences of imbalance, showing how focusing too much on sports can put your academics at risk. My supporting research. This issue is important because severe fluctuations in credits earned or GPA might be expected to impact not only the eligibility for future seasons of competition, but also the likelihood of meeting standards of progress toward a degree at a university or school. This was a part of my Scott Ed research. Such findings imply that adolescents who experience academic success are more likely to experience increase in levels of perfectionism, which may increase their vulnerability to stress. The element resources. The hours of practice and preparation for game day undoubtedly take athletes away from their studies. Another supporting research. Now, my support for change. The social support provided to students by their teachers and friends and plus positive quality of the communication and interactions that students have with their teachers and friends reduce the burnout experienced by those students. Secondly, collaborate to schedule sports program needs within each academic year, such a way that student athletes have adequate time to study and make good grades at the same time participate in various sporting activities. My conclusion. My hypothesis was indeed correct and strongly supported by the data. The results show that students who take on too many commitments are more likely to experience high stress levels, physical exhaustion, and lower academic performance. A majority of students reported feeling overwhelmed, and more than half saw their grades decline during their sports season. This information confirms that overcommitment can negatively affect both well-being and success in school. These findings also support my problem statement by showing that many students struggle to balance responsibilities, and to reduce the burnout and improve performance, students need realistic schedules, better time management, and more rest. My next steps. For future research, I suggest that there are more surveys within student athletes of different grades and different sports, compare academic performance across different seasons, and include teacher and coach perspectives. The impact on others. Students manage time and stress better. Give coaches and teachers insight on athlete workload, and encourage stronger support systems. Real-world application. Study halls or tutoring for athletes, flexible deadlines during sports season, and more focus on student-athlete wellness. For my future goals, this project has helped me to build time management and discipline. It will prepare me for the college workload and support my goal of becoming an orthodontist within learning how to manage my time and balance off longer projects. These are my reference slides. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
Hypothesis. Did you have any articles that helped you formulate that hypothesis, or do you think any of those articles specifically answer your hypothesis?
Yes, I do. Many of them were repetitive, which is why I didn't highlight it, like all of them exactly. But my support and research and my support for change were a mix of both
pieces of sources that I found to support my hypothesis. Yep, we good.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jashana Palmer, and I'm the class of 2026. This is my capstone project on the development of the youth's imagination. Hello, my name is Jashana Palmer, and I'm the class of 2026, and this is my project on the development of the youth's imagination. In this presentation, I'll be explaining the importance of creativity throughout our generation, since how schools are removing like art classes for as a subject due to low income, or that they don't see as an importance for academic subjects anymore. I'll be going over my problem statement, my scientific questions, my stakeholders, my hypothesis, and my results and conclusion with y'all. Now, this is my problem statement. The lack of art classes and or creativity can affect young children's development of critical thinking and emotional expression and social skills of that said student. These are my scientific questions. How does the lack of creativity affect the child's development? How does the lack of creativity affect the teen's development? And why is art such a big a part of it, of a person's development throughout the years? These are my stakeholders. I will target elementary schools, retirement homes, UPSM students, and colleges. Since for elementary schools, the reason why I chose them because mainly they're children. They're like ages between 4 to like well, not 1 to 4, 1 to 5. Basically, just like that. So for retirement homes, to also see if they still have a creative mindset, I wasn't able to do the retirement homes or elementary schools. And for EPSM, since we do have art as a subject still, we still have like, decorations like I can see around the lecture hall, around outside the hallway. Obviously, we have like more of our variety. Now for colleges, there are like the mindsets of young adults like going into their adult years, going into their adult years, mainly, setting their careers and what they want to do. Family, obviously, because they're more easy to access and more willing to help you. That's one of the stakeholders I can say I didn't use. I did use it at some point, but I removed it because it didn't have enough participants. My hypothesis: if I analyze a person's imagination development who have art as a subject, or who generally has a passion for it and it inspires them to think, then I can prove that art can be still seen as a subject for most people and it can help them their own down the line. Now, first, of course, send an email, making sure that the survey gets to the EPS students, because that's what my results are mainly on them. I explain within the email that I will be using this subject for my project, as every year. My recording, this is where I let them know what they're remaining anonymous, they're not being recorded, they're not being, their emails are not being shown, nothing. Just what you answered. Now, then I will collect the data from the responses I got from the survey, of course. This is my primary research, and I obviously chose a survey. Now, this survey is to show how many students in UPSM who does have art classes gives them a chance to let how they feel on the topic. Basically, how they personally feel on the topic. Now, I would say I made a grammar error there, but basically, this survey is to show how many people who have art here in EPSM who actually enjoy it versus people who just do it for a subject. This is one of the questions I did on my survey. I said, as a child, did you get art? And most people say yes. Most people did get art as a subject, and they got it again this year. I said, how much did you like art as a kid? Most people was as a 2. Most was as like a 5. Some was at 1. The other ones at 2. And some were at 4. And mostly some of them at 5. I said, what forms of art do you enjoy / do? Most people say they do traditional art like on paper, pen and paper, and some 5 people said they did phone digital art. Some do performing arts, dancing, cheerleading, etc. Some do photography, some do crocheting, some do spray painting, graffiti, some do literature. None of them did AI, thank God. And one person did music. And I said, what inspired you to do these forms of art? Now, the blue part of my graph, it says it was just a subject I had to take for school. Basically, just a grade. I'm just doing it for school. 41.7% said no, just for school. 8.3 said it was just a subject at first, but I slowly started getting into it. Another 8.3 said it was just a subject at first, but I quickly started getting into it. Then again, 41.7. It was a beauty I saw it and how it makes me feel. So that's when I asked, do you think schools should keep art as a subject? And most people said yes, because it's a way for them to, express themselves or pass time or keep them occupied. From my primary research, this shows a lot of people who are divided between having a passion for it versus people who are doing this for a subject matter and who are mainly attached to the works of art more than anyone. These are my secondary research for child development. This is mainly for people. This is mainly not targeting for our subject. This is mainly targeting the imagination of a child in general. For my first article, it states, the one quote that picked out the most for me was, children's social cognitive development depends on general and increasingly flexible ability to imagine alternative possibilities for action. That really caught my eye. And for the second one, the second link, imagination is the key to unlocking deeper cognitive functions and the special opportunities for learners. yet many educational environments seem to struggle with the ability to fully incorporate imaginative play. Third article, self-regulated behavior is a prerequisite for learning and success in life. Considerable research has confirmed that mature forms of play support the development of self-regulation in early years. This is for our subjects, basically from schools around the world. My first article, it says, the art challenges us with different points of view and compels us to empathize with others and gives us opportunity to reflect on human condition. The second article, a study in Houston found that students involved in arts education saw a 13% improvement in writing scores, clear evidence of the value of arts in students. Additional research shows that high schoolers who take art courses are most likely to graduate and pursue further education. This is the last one. This is the list that they had on their website. These are the main 5 I found that they were very helpful for my project. Number 1, it says working in the arts help learners to develop creative problem-solving skills. 2, teaching through the art can present difficult concepts visual, making them more easy to understand. 3, art instruction helps children with the development of motor skills, language skills, social skills, decision-making, risk-taking, and inventiveness. There it is. Visual arts teacher learners about color, layout, perspective, and balance. All techniques that are necessary in presentation, visual, digital, of academic work. Integrating art with other disciplines reaches students who might not otherwise been engaged in classwork. From the secondary approach, this shows how much students rely on art for their overall thinking, how it helps them layer on life, how much passion students have for the subject history of art. They try to make it fun for them to learn. So that's the main way they use, art to help anyone who is struggling from academically to learn more with visuals. Ways to better this project, obviously, grammar is one of them is grammar for the ways to better this project. If you do my project, please, I recommend getting in touch with people who you can reach, but also make sure to find people who are willing to be recorded. If you can't do that, service is always a better option. I chose this survey project due to me not having art as a subject until 9th grade, and how much I love expressing myself through it. My future goals is to spread awareness on art being removed from certain schools, go to college, get my degree for art psychology, because I mainly want to help kids who are struggling to, academically, because they don't understand when it's being written down and talk to them, but they understand more when it's visual. Now, I want to become an art teacher mainly because I liked art as a kid. I still want to help people academic-wise overall to express themselves and how they want to express themselves, especially for people who are academic. People who are mainly academic, only their base knowledge is either, talking or writing down what they learned instead of visually seeing it. Now, was my hypothesis correct? Yes and no, due again, because being 50-50, people who did it for a subject and people who did it for a passion. I really liked how most of the questions, when I first put out the survey, most of the people said that they loved art. It was a passion for them. They love it. Most of my responses were they love art. They love how easy accessible it is. They love how to express themselves with it. Mainly, that was my first ever set of questions. My first set of answers when I first put out the survey. Now, overall, they should keep art as a subject due to the fact that it can really help kids socially and emotionally and logically. It helps them keep their brain up, and it helps their careers and keep their critical thinking. It helps them find out what they are, who they like, and how they learn as a whole unit of the world. These are my sources that I used, obviously, to support my hypothesis and to support my secondary research. Any questions? Is it Zoe?
I have a question about your ethics. Did you have a slide with your research ethics on it?
My ethicals?
Yeah, your ethical standards, your ethical considerations. Did you have a slide for that? Did I just miss it? I might have just missed it.
Right here.
Okay. Okay, can you talk a little bit about how you're keeping their data anonymous? Like, how are you making sure that their information's not getting out to anybody else?
Well, for starters, I would never I didn't put your name so it can show like who said who, because that would been like too much slides as it is. So I just said, hey, I'm just gonna keep y'all anonymous. I'm not gonna show your emails along with my slides. I'm not gonna show your name. Just answer the questions, and it will automatically come up as anonymous. It won't show your name. It won't show who did what. It will just show what you answered for that specific question.
Hello, I'm DonVion Marsh, and my capstone project is on the affordability of childcare. Can you raise your hand if you think childcare is too expensive? Okay. Here's my agenda. First, we have the project basics, the problem statement, the scientific question, the stakeholders, the secondary research, the primary research proposal, ethical standards, hypothesis, evidence from primary research, data analysis, results and conclusions, and then my next steps. Here's my project basics. First, we have the title, Affordability of Childcare. Then we have the topic, the affordability of childcare and its impact on families, parents, employment, and access to quality early childcare. My goal is to understand how childcare costs affect families and to see if it's the lack of government support. What is childcare and its cost? Childcare is care for children while parents work or attend school. Childcare includes daycare centers, babysitters, and preschool programs. Childcare helps children learn social and development skills. Childcare can cost up to $800 to $1,500 per month in many areas. Infant care is often the most expensive. High costs make it difficult for many families. This is a link that shows where I learned this information from. Why is this topic important? Raising children is expensive, especially because of childcare, housing, and basic needs. Many families struggle financially when they do not receive enough government support. High-cost childcare can make it difficult for parents to work or continue their education. Understanding this issue can help identify ways to support families and improve economic stability. Here's my problem statement. Many families struggle to afford quality childcare. High costs can create financial stress, limit parents' ability to work or advance in their careers. This can affect early children's development, Families can make it difficult. Families may have to make difficult choices between child care and what they can afford. Studying child care affordability is important to identify solutions that support families and communities. Here's a couple support programs that the government offers. It's SNAP, food stamps. It helps families with groceries. Then we have Section 8 housing. It helps with rent costs. Then we have WIC. It also helps with nutrients and stuff like that. Here's my 3 scientific questions. How does the cost of childcare impact family finances and budgeting? What barriers prevent families from accessing affordable, high-quality childcare? How do childcare costs affect parents' work schedules, career advancements, and stress levels? Here's my hypothesis to question 2. What barriers prevent families from accessing affordable, high-quality childcare? I predict that limited access to affordable childcare is more prevalent among families experiencing high-quality childcare and fewer available centers compared to those with higher incomes and more options. Here's my results. To question 1, it's impact on families' finances. Childcare is very expensive. It takes up a big part of family budget. Families may cut back on basic needs or go in debt. 2, the main problems are high costs, not enough centers, and long wait lists. Some areas may not have any options. 3, effects on work and stress parents. Parents may work less or quit jobs. This can hurt their careers and causes a lot of stress. Here's my hypothesis results. It was proven. Research shows that high-quality childcare costs are one of the biggest barriers for families, especially low-income and middle-income households. Many areas have a shortage of childcare centers, creating long wait lists and limited availability. Families with higher incomes are more likely to afford care or have access to better quality options. Limited access and high prices often force parents to reduce their work hours or leave their jobs. Here's my 5 stakeholders. First is parents. They are primary stakeholders. They are directly affected by child care costs and make decisions based on affordability. 2, they are primary. They are child care providers. They provide the service and directly impacted by policies and demand. 3 is the government. They are secondary. They influence affordability through funding. 4th is employers, businesses. They are secondary stakeholders. They are indirectly affected because child care costs influence employee attendance and productivity. 5th is advocacy groups / nonprofits. They are also secondary. They work to support families and influence policies but aren't directly paying for or using child care. Here's some secondary research. The first article explains how child care prices are increasing across countries. Many families spend a large part of their income on child care. It creates stress and makes it harder to afford basic needs. This connects to the problem because many parents cannot afford quality child care. Here, I'm going to talk about another one on this page. It's the last one. The study explains that affordable child care helps parents work or attend school. It also improves gender equality and financial stability. This relates to the problem because many parents cannot succeed without child care support. Here's the last 4. Researchers explain that child care systems affect economic growth and workforce participation. Affordable child care helps families and communities succeed. This directly relates to the current child care affordability issues. Here's my primary research proposal. The research question is the lack of government support a reason why people struggle financially when raising a kid? My research method is conducting a survey asking questions about income and government assistance. The survey will be created using Google Forms and it will be anonymous. Here's my ethical standards. Informed, consistent. Participants will be informed about the purpose of the research and must agree before taking part. voluntary participation. The survey will be completely voluntary. Privacy. Personal information will remain private and all responses will remain anonymous. No harm to participants. Questions will be respectful and will not cause emotional or any physical harm. Results and honesty. All data will be reported accurately without changing results. Here are some of my survey questions that I asked. Do you think the government should provide more support to help families for childcare? The second one is, have you ever had to take care of a younger sibling or children because childcare was unavailable or too expensive for your parent? Three is, before this survey, were you aware that childcare can cost hundreds or even thousands per month? The fourth one is, do you think the cost of childcare affect families' ability to work or go to school? The fifth one is, should childcare be considered as a basic need? Here is some data from one of the questions. Do you think childcare is affordable for more families? 20 people said no, one said not sure, and three said yes. This shows that majority of the people feel that childcare cost is too high for many families. Here's another question. Do you think government should provide more childcare support? 19 said yes, 3 said no, and another 3 said not sure. This shows strong support among respondents for increased government assistance with childcare costs. Have you ever had to take care of a younger sibling because childcare was unavailable or too expensive? This was split. 13 said no, and 11 said yes, which is bad because siblings had to take care of children. This could cause them to be stressed out or not be able to do homework because they have to worry about their sibling also. Here's my conclusion. Childcare is too expensive, not just in Michigan, but across many places. High costs can take up a large portion of family income. Many families struggle to find affordable, quality childcare options. This makes it harder for parents to work and support their families. Childcare challenges can impact children's development for future opportunities. Here's my next steps. If I had to give if someone else was taking on this Capstone project, I would tell them to do interviews, to ask more questions and go more in depth, and also push for change and create solutions, even if you have to make a website or anything in that nature. Here's my references. That's it. Any questions? Zoe.
I have a two-parter. My first question is, have you seen any of the recent policies from New York's mayor, Mayor Mendami, about childcare?
No.
So he has signed into New York legislation that all childcare in kindergarten and preschool is free for all children, and childcare before that is free for all children of New York residents. I want to know what your opinion is on governmental oversight on childcare costs.
What my opinion is on governmental
oversight on childcare costs.
I think we should do what New York is doing also, but not just in Michigan, around other parts also. That's all.
All right. My name Tyrell Moore, and my project is the barriers to outdoor recreation in urban communities. My agenda is the introduction, background, context, research method, solutions and recommendations, and then conclusion and Q&A. My problem statement is access to hiking trails and green spaces is often unequal with lower income or urban neighborhoods. This matters today because limited access affects people's physical health, mental well-being. My scientific questions is, my first one is, how does the amount of funding for parks affect how often people in low income neighborhoods use outdoor spaces? My second one is, how does access to space and clean parks affect the physical and mental health of people living in Detroit? And my third one is, how does weather or seasonal changes influence outdoor activity levels in urban areas? My primary stakeholders is, my first one is the city of Detroit. They oversee and planning for funding. The city of Detroit, they are people who use the green spaces, and developers can work with the city to help create green spaces. My secondary stakeholders is schools and communities. They influence outdoor engagement. My second one is local businesses. They can increase customer flow. These are my scholarly articles. They basically talking about how green spaces can affect your mental health and well-being and improve your lifestyle. Basically stuff like that. My primary research proposal is, my research aims to study how access to green spaces affects outdoor activity using surveys and focus groups. These are my ethical standards. My first one is informed and voluntary participation. Participants will choose to take part on their own and will not be pressured. They will complete a consent form that explains the purpose of the study, what they will do, and how their data will be used. They can stop at any time. My second one is privacy and confidentiality. No names or identity information will be collected. Responses will be kept private and stored securely. Only the researchers and teachers will have access to the data. My third one is avoiding harm. The study will only include safe, low-risk activities. Participants can skip any question they are not comfortable answering. Respectful discussion rules will be followed. My fourth one is honesty and accuracy. All data will be collected and recorded honestly. The same questions and process will be used for everyone to keep results fair. Results will not be changed or left out. My hypothesis is, if funding for parks increase in low-income neighborhoods, then people will use outdoor spaces more often because parks will be cleaner, safer, and better maintained. These are some of my pie charts for my survey questions. My first one is, how often do people go to hiking trails / parks? Majority of people said sometimes, and some said never, often, and some said never. Another one is, are there parks, hiking trails that are walking distance from your home? Most people said no. And does transportation limit how often you visit parks and hiking trails? Most people said yes. And if transportation was provided, would you visit parks and hiking trails more? And most people said yes. Some said no and maybe. My conclusion, basically, my research showed that many low-income and urban communities have less access to parks and green spaces. And studies by analyze of urban green spaces, accessibility, and distribution inequality in the city of and that's about it for my conclusion. And my next steps is, for people that would do my research or continue my research, I say to study more neighborhoods, compare access to parks and hiking trails, do experiments how green spaces affect stress, mental health, and physical activity over time. Explore ways cities can improve transportation to parks and trails, and how my results can help others. The project can help communities understand why equal access to green spaces matter. Results could support efforts to improve parks, trails, and transportation in low income neighborhoods, and stakeholders like schools, communities, and groups and city leaders can use the information to make outdoor spaces more accessible. These are my references. Any questions? Zoe?
I have a request actually. Could you talk a little bit more about how you sent out your survey, how you got your focus group people together, and like how you planned your questions? Can you just talk a little bit more about your research process?
So my surveys, I basically just sent them out to the whole school, and I did some like through social media, and that's about it for
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christiana Cunningham. Today I'm going to be presenting my capstone project. Beats, brain, and burnout. Boosting focus or boosting stress. A study is music impact on stress by me, Christiana Cunningham. Let's go. This is my table of contents. First, we're going to be discussing my problem statement, my secondary research, my primary research, and then we're going to get to the conclusion.
Heaven Walker report to Dr. Curtis's office. Heaven Walker to Dr. Curtis's office.
First up, my problem statement. We're going to go over the why, my scientific questions, my stakeholders. We're going to talk about who this impacts, why the study came about, what made me want to do this project. Let's begin. My problem statement. Many high school students use music as a tool to manage stress while studying, but not all music has the same effect. Different genres can influence how students perceive their stress levels and their ability to concentrate, either supporting a more focused and calm study experience or creating distractions and negatively impacting their learning. These are my scientific questions. I ask questions in relations to music that I feel like would be helpful for my study, figuring out if this music was helpful or harming the students when they're trying to learn. I ask, how does different types of music, like instrumental, rap, lo-fi, influence students' ability to focus on academic tasks? How does the volume level of music influence concentration and task completion time in students? In what ways can we listen to music before or during studying impact students' stress levels and emotional regulation? Stakeholders. These are the people that this project matters to. This is why this project comes into importance. First, we have us, high school students who listen to music while studying. Then we have our teachers, our school administration, the people who monitor us, who are giving us our education.
Christiana, I need you to stay by the mics. But I need you to stay by the mics.
Y'all told us we were going to be able to move and present. It's not my fault. Y'all switched it and made us have to stand here. Some secondary stakeholders would be parents who observe students' behaviors at home, music streaming companies who students used to help create these playlists and stuff like that. Moving on, my secondary research, the outside sources, the research and analysis that I've come up with. First, we have our scholarly quotes. These are just a few that I picked and plucked out. Findings revealed that while certain genres, such as classical music, significantly enhance concentration and reduce anxiety, others may prove distracting, underscoring the importance of personal preference in music selections. Cleggs, 2025. This study tried to decipher the relationship between listening to music, and academic producing, but found listening to music did not significantly correlate with scholastic performance. Listening to background music while engaging in mental tasks is a popular habit despite diverse playlists, but the optimal sonic energy of a musical expert that may benefit cognitive performances remain poorly understood. Cognitive research. These were the starting points of my research. These were the first little articles that I found and went and did my performance on. Next, we're going to dive into my more scholarly, more well thought out articles. First one, this article was about how music deepens several factors. How difficult the task was, if it was able to be done in specific. This article displayed multiple different things. First, it was different things about how difficult the task may be, how different things played a role in how music made I'm getting stressed out. I'm just going to read this because I don't feel like talking. The article reviews past restricts and explains how the effects of music has deepened on several factors, including how difficult the task is, whether the musical has lyrics, the speed, the tempo, the music, the emotional tone, faster music, however, has been I'm overstressed out, whatever. Moving on. This is another scholarly article. This article talked about how music had its impact on stress, if it helped reduce it or made it better. This study, in conclusion, kind of came to, it did help, it made it better, helped release, it also helped decrease certain symptoms in the cardiovascular sometimes. Studies including Crochon reviews, showed beneficial effects of music on physical symptoms and psychological distress and anxiety. Watts D. Lauren. Stress management supportive actions urgently need to be considered and implemented. MT is characterized by individual goals within a therapeutic relationship, credentials, professional music therapists. This review found that music interventions genuinely showed positive effects on stress and anxiety reduction. Some interventions involved listening to playlists, others involved listening to music in operating rooms, chanting, and percussion activities. One important finding was that personalized music interventions appeared more effective over time than non-tailored approaches. This article stresses that many studies have methodological weaknesses such as poor reporting of music details, unclear intervention protocols, and missing information about therapist qualifications. That specific part was important because when I was conducting my research, I found it hard at points to, specifically, when I was asking questions, my interview portion, when I was asking questions to get that specific clarity on what type of music specifically was the most helpful for students, and I feel like this research was really helpful in breaking down more of how certain types of music really gets to people. Moving along. This one really gets into how it affects your body. This article specifically talks really in more depth about how music has an effect on people's heart rate, their cardiovascular, their integral system. This study investigates how classical music affects how heart rate, blood pressure, and emotional state. The researchers found focus on whether fast or slow music influenced cardiovascular responses and mood in 100 variety participants. This study builds on previous research showing that stress and anxiety negatively affects the heart health by increasing heart rate and blood pressure through the nervous system. These conditions are linked to serious health issues such as heart disease, stroke, diabetes, and respiratory problems. Important things to note from this research is that slow music was viewed as more calming with the mean score of 4.5 plus with a negative 0.8. 99% of subjects reported that the music could help manage stress respectfully. Also, fast music, on the other end, was viewed more uplifting with a mean score of 4.2 plus negative 1.0. That was from Music, Therapy, Stress Reduction, Health Psychological Review, 2022. Moving along. More quotes from an article. This one was specifically more about how stress really could relate, how stress is a great way to get relief from stress, how music is a great way to get release from stress, and it could be a really impactful form of therapy. Some of the quotes in the article was, stress is a well-known risk factor for the onset, progression, of range of physical and emotional problems. The why is so important. Musical therapy requires such a process characterized by personal tailored musical interventions initiated by trained qualified music therapists. Music listening is strongly associated with stress reduction by the decrease of psychological arousal as indicated by reduced cortisol levels, lowered heart rates, and decrease in mean arterial pressure. Music listening is strongly associated with stress reduction by the decrease of psychological arousal as indicated. Same thing twice. Primary research. This is where it really, all the magic started to happen. In this one, we're going to talk about what I did, my results I got, and how I feel like it really helped my studies. All right. First, we're going to talk about my research methods. For this project, I did two. The first thing that I did is I conducted a survey. I asked a lot of high schoolers at different schools, not just this one because I ain't gonna lie, pool's a little heavy here. So I asked a lot of high schoolers that I know around schools. They were grades 9 through 12, graduating, some just in college, with a mixed amount of classes. I was asking questions about if they had standard classes, AP classes, a mix of both, which is important to study. The second research method I conducted was a small array of interviews where I asked a few questions pertaining to music and how it affects someone studying and stress. We're about to get into what I found. Ethical standards. For this project, we have to make sure that everyone is safe and well taken care of. So my ethical standards is I made sure that the participant know that it was, one, safe to conduct, free to conduct, anonymous would be no type of issues. All responses were kept anonymous. They were conducted on a Google form. All interview responses were just one-on-one, taken down with notes and responses. Participants were informed of the purpose of the study, what I'd be using the information for, and how it was going to be presented here in front of you today. Additionally, all information was only used for this specific project and educational purposes only. Moving along. Steps taken. First, I made a survey with multiple choices. I administered it through Google Forms. I sent it to people's emails, their messages, really any place I could get someone to respond to. Then for interviews, I had pulled certain students out of class and I set them down in a remote little spot of the hallway and I asked them questions. And these, I'm gonna move so bad. And these were my results of my survey. I got 27 responses. I don't know if it was enough, but hey man, we tried. My survey questions, it was pretty simple. First, what grade are you in? Second, what's your typical academic workload? 3, on a scale of 1 to 10, how stressed do you typically feel during heavy academic weeks? 4, when you're stressed, when you feel stressed academically, how likely are you to listen to music? 5, what type of music do you most often listen to while studying? 6, when listening to instrumental music while stressed, how does it typically affect you? When listening to music with lyrics while stressed, how does it typically affect you? Do you feel that music changed the way you experience the stress? When you are highly stressed, does music feel or sound different to you, more intense, more overwhelming, comforting, etc.? 10, briefly explain how music affects you when you are stressed. We are going to talk about the results. Looking at this data that I've collected, obviously it shows that listening to music does have an impact on certain students more than others. While it varies person to person, everyone is unique, the data I collected showed an overall consistent pattern of people feeling more relaxed and calm while listening to specific kinds of music. Instrumental and lo-fi had more positive results and got more results with this feels more calming, this feels more relaxing. Music with lyrics was deemed a little bit more distracting. It was relaxing, but it got me off task a couple times. Music like rap or hardcore rock, we're told they're a little bit too distracting, kind of hard, can't focus. My interview results. This is the question that they are responding to. The question is, does music help reduce your stress when you're studying? I got a lot of mixed reviews. Instrumental music helps me focus more, it blocks out everything. Some students said that, yeah, it does, but it can be distracting. A few more said, I usually listen to music, but it can overwhelm me sometimes. They said that, it's like, it can help, but I get distracted easily, which makes it a bit harder when I'm trying to do my work. So overall, I got a lot of really mixed responses when it came to the interview part of this. I feel like they were more honest and more able to fully explain how the music really impacts or doesn't impact their lives. Conclusion. We're going to analyze, conclude, and figure out where do we go from here. Data analysis. As I just said, the survey results showed that most students experience very high academic stress, especially during exams and major deadlines. Most students rated their stress between, I'd say more like a 7 and 10. I did say 9 and 10 on here, but I would say more like a 7 and 10, which was all very high. They also said that music was a very good coping tool to help them regulate their stress when it comes to these hard times during the school year. However, people did mention that at times music can be deemed distracting. Certain types of music are more distracting than others, while some can be more calming and easy to help focus in on. Overall, most students agreed that music does help reduce their stress. They say that it's helpful, it's a good thing to have, and in overwhelming situations and academic midterms, finals, they feel like it's great to have. Conclusion. I chose this topic because music is a big part of my everyday life. It's a big part of my everyday life with my peers, a lot of people themselves. Over.
We just hit 15 minutes of presenting time, so if you want to give your final remarks, we're going to close out here.
Yeah. This project was showing how music has had a noticeable impact on students' life and how it's important to help them during their academic time, especially during midterms or hard. This project shows how music can have a noticeable difference in students' everyday lives, especially during midterms and hard academic times. I feel like this project really showed and changed and helped me understand more of the students' perspective of how music helps their everyday life. Can I do the next step?
Huh? Right here?
All right, my name is Devontae Walker, class 2026. My project is youth basketball and mental health. Here is my agenda and what will be explained throughout my project today. Here's my problem statement. Youth sports can improve social and physical development, but competition and pressure can damage athletes' mental health. Most young athletes face exhaustion, stress, showing the need for change and better support systems within the sports industry. Scientific questions. 1. How does playing competitive basketball affect a student's mental health? 2. What role does coaching style play in the stress levels of team basketball players? 3. Why are students who play basketball more likely to experience academic pressure than non-athletes? My stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are coaches, parents, and student athletes. Student athletes, coaches, and parents are directly affected. Athletes experience stress while coaches and parents influence the pressure and support. My secondary stakeholders are schools, athletic programs, and sports organizations. Schools, athletic programs, and sports organizations impact athletes indirectly by setting rules, schedules, and expectations that build the level of pressure. Here's my research plan. I plan to interview young basketball players on how basketball impacts their mood and mental health. For my surveys, I plan to survey young basketball players to collect data like ratings, scores, and percentages. Here's my, I don't know how my junk got messed up, but here's my ethical standards. 1, respect. I will go up and explain every question until they get an understanding of the idea of the written interview and survey. My consent, as you can see, it's not there. I don't know why, but for consent, I will just make sure that they know everything that's going on and just ask for their consent. And for the last one, safe coaching, use positive support, not pressure or harmful criticism. Here's my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that compared with non-athletes in the same age group, younger basketball players will show signs of greater mental health, for example, a lower level of depression, stress, and better state of mind. Here are my survey questions. How have sports affected your life situations? How can basketball serve as a tool for managing stress and anxiety? Are you feeling burned out, exhausted, or less motivated to go to practice lately? And last, how do you handle the stress of balancing schoolwork, social life, and basketball commitments? Here's some evidence from my primary research. Are you feeling burned out, exhausted, or less motivated to go to practice? 60% of the individuals answer yes. This shows signs that this problem is increasing within youth sports. Another one, do you feel like you have time to be a kid outside of basketball? 80% of my participants answer no, showing that many young athletes feel overwhelmed and may not have enough free time to relax, socialize, or enjoy life outside of sports. Here's another one. Does thinking about the next game affect your rest? Most of my participants answer yes, showing how this is a direct effect in the youth sports industry. Another one is, how good is your mental health on a scale of 1 to 10? As you can see, I had 9 athletes answer this question. So, as you can see from my data, most non-athletes can show better mental health because they have more time to plan stuff out, unlike an athlete with busy schedules. Here's my result and conclusion. My research shows that youth basketball helps kids stay healthy, work together, and build confidence, but it also can put a lot of pressure on them, making it a positive and negative part of growing up. Here's some supporting research. This article supports how coaches have a major effect on athletes' mental health. Mentally supportive coaches can help athletes feel less stressed and more confident. This connects to youth sports because players' state of health can be negatively influenced by the coaching style. Another one. Being physically active and playing sports at a healthy level usually helps mental health in children and teens. However, focusing on just one sport can add a lot of pressure and stress, which may negatively affect a young athlete's mental health and overall well-being. Another one. This article supports my project by by showing how sports are a powerful tool for learning mental health in teens. It shows that most adolescents boys look at sports as a way to make them feel more comfortable, connected, and more open to talk about mental health. The article also mentions that parents, coaches, and teammates play an important part in helping building and maintaining a healthy environment. Another one. The three of these support that participating in youth sports is connected to better mental health outcomes. They mention benefits like lower anxiety, lower levels of depression, and stronger social connections. Here's another one. This one shows how simply playing sports is not enough. Mental health increases most when programs are purposely focused to support it. It also explains how coaches, clubs, and stakeholders need to promote safe, global, and open environment. Here's another one. This article supports my project by mentioning how modern sports science is evolving to include mental health and physical health, which shows that mental health is now seen as an important part of athlete development and not just a physical activity. Here's my support for the problem. My project focuses on the connection between youth sports and mental health. The problem statement explains that while sports can help young athletes grow socially, physically, pressure from competition can also cause stress, exhaustion, and mental health struggles. My hypothesis connects to this by predicting that young basketball players may show better overall mental health than non-athletes because sports can provide confidence, teamwork, and support. Together, the problem statement and my hypothesis explore both the positive and negative effects of youth sports can have on mental health. My next steps. This project helps me understand how important mental health is in sports and how pressure can affect young athletes. In the future, students could continue this project by researching different sports or interviewing more athletes and coaches. What I learned from this project will help me in my own basketball career because I now understand the importance of balancing mental health with competition and performance. After high school, I hope to continue playing basketball while also helping create a more positive and supportive environment for athletes. Here's my research paper. That's it. Yes, Zoe.
I actually have a question about one of your scholarly articles. I think it was on your second or third slide of articles that it talked about how students that do one sport have higher stress levels than students who do multiple sports. Why do you think that is? Like, in your opinion, why do you think doing multiple sports is better for mental health than a single sport?
Because it can keep your mind off of one thing and how many mistakes you do in that sport.
Okay. Hi, I'm Laya Rochon, and this is my project called Beats and Brain Power, the impact of music on academic performance. Now, I have a quick question. Raise your hand if you feel like music helped you focus while doing schoolwork. All right. Here's my table of contents. First, I'll be going over my problem statement, then my stakeholders, then my scientific questions, then my hypothesis, then my ethical standards, and then my conclusion. My problem statement is that many teenagers listen to music during school, claiming that it helps them focus and learn better. This project explores whether music truly boosts the academic focus or becomes a distraction for students. My stakeholders are students, teachers, school administration, parents, educational researchers, and psychologists. My scientific questions are, why does listening to music while studying affect the student's ability to focus on academic tasks? What are students' perceptions of the type of genre that influence how well students perform on school assignments? And how does studying in silence compared to listening to music affect students' performance on tests? This is my secondary research, so this is the first slide of my secondary research. I read a couple of articles based off of college students and college professors, but on the next slide, I'll go into depth about the articles that I read. But from these 5 articles, what I read, basically like they all were talking about how they think music does help boost it, but the type of music that you listen to could also have an impact on it. So the first 3 was based off of they think that hip hop and rap helps them, but then the last 2 and then the ones on the next slide, they think R&B helps more than rap music. And my project explores that as well. So this was the second slide I was talking about basically like when students listen to music, they think like slower music helps. But these are just a couple of quotes that I pulled from the articles. My hypothesis is if teenagers listen to music while studying or working, then their academic performance will improve because music can help them focus and block out distractions. These are my ethical standards. So the first one is all participation was voluntary. The second one was I explained the purpose of my project and why they were being questioned. I kept all answers anonymous. I respected their privacy. They always had the right to skip or stop on a question. I always made sure that I asked respectful questions. I always made sure that I recorded my answers accurately, and I only used the data for the project. Like after this, it won't be used again. And then I made sure that my reports were honest. So from me doing my observation and interview. Well, my surveys and interviews. This is my primary research plan. I plan to do surveys and interviews to get a better understanding on if students feel like music helps boost their performance during work time in class or studying. Also to get teachers and school administration to understand where students were coming from. All responses recorded are only shared with me, and in order for you to be in my video, you had to fill out a consent form to be recorded. So this is my data analysis. So this is one of the graphs that I pulled from what I got from my data. And the question was, do you prefer listening to music with headphones, speakers, or a live concert? As you can see, majority pick headphones and AirPods, a couple of pick speakers, and like 1% pick concert. And I'm going to explain why I asked this question. So I asked this question based off of people that say that help them listen, like music helps them focus more. So would you like rather listen to it like out loud or in headphones? But it seems to be that when you listen to it in headphones, it helps you work better, and then you're not having to keep tapping your phone to change the music. So this is one of my interview questions one of my interviews that was recorded, and I'm going to play the video. So hi, I'm here with Kayla, and I have couple of questions for you based off the topic of music. The first question will be, how does listening to music while studying affect your focus during school?
It helped me keep me more focused because I feel like when I'm not listening to music, I get more distracted.
All right. What type of music helps you learn better, and why do you think it helps?
Rap and R&B, and I don't know why it helped me. It just helped me. Every time I listen to music, I get my work done faster.
Can you describe a time when music helped you stay focused or finish an assignment faster?
Mostly when I'm bull crapping, I listen to music and like it just helped me in a faster process. Like it helped me get my work done more faster, and I'll be on my phone like that.
Do you think music can sometimes become a distraction while studying?
Sometimes if it's like a song that I really like, then yeah.
How do you feel when you study in silence compared to when you study with
When I'm
music?
studying in silence, I can't focus. Like I think I got ADHD or something. Like my mind be everywhere.
Okay. What advice would you give to other students about using music while doing schoolwork?
I feel like if you get distracted easy, I feel like you should listen to music because I feel like, well, for me, it helped me. It's like a faster process for me. So yeah.
Thank you. So that was a 12th grader. That's Kayla. That's who I interviewed. Those were one of the interviews that I pulled. And to summarize that video and the rest of them, they all basically said the same thing, and they agree that music helps them move faster, especially with certain assignments. But the main class that got brought up was major class. They feel as if music helped them move faster in major class instead of like slow pace because he kind of like, they say he talks a lot. So they think music helps them do their work faster. This is my conclusion. So, the hypothesis was mostly supported because research showed that listening to certain types of music can help some teenagers focus better while studying. Music can block out distractions and improve mood and help students stay motivated during academic tasks. However, the results show that not all music helps improve academic focus. Loud music or songs that with lyrics can sometimes be a distraction for students and lower their focus. Overall, calm and instrumental music was more helpful for students than noisier and fast-paced music. So that brings me back to my point where I said listening to R&B could be better than listening to rap music. These are my next steps. So I have 2 slides of next steps. My first slide is that next steps for this capstone project could be, that students can use, can be expanding the research by studying different types of music, studying environments, and different age groups, to which see this method improves the focus the most. Future projects could also test how music affects stress levels, memory, and long-term learning. The results of this project can help students, teachers, and schools have a better understanding on how music may support the academic success or become a distraction. This project connects to my future goal of becoming an anesthesiologist because focus, concentration, and managing stress are very important in the medical field. Learning how the brain responds to music and how attention can help me better understand ways to stay focused during college, medical training, and work in healthcare. Thanks for listening, and do you guys have any questions? Mama. Mama. So, my project was about music. So, I feel as if like me transitioning into college, I'm gonna use music more than I used it in high school, just like to make sure like I'm pacing myself to get my work done on time. Because personally, I feel like when I'm not listening to music, I slack and it takes me longer to finish than versus when I do listen it. So when I get into college, I think my AirPods and music is gonna be a main thing that I use. Zoe.
I have a question about what you're seeing in our school building. Have you noticed a difference between classes that play music on the day-to-day versus classes that only play music during workshop? Do you notice a difference in the classes here of student performance versus like music and non-music?
Yes. So, for example, I'm going to use Owen's class as an example. She plays music out loud. And I know personally, like when she plays the music, I get done quicker. And I see other students get done quicker. Versus when she don't play the music, it's just like a lot of talking and not enough working. So when she plays the music out loud, it helps us. I could tell like it helps us. But versus when she doesn't, it doesn't work. And I also observed Miss Sue class before too. And when her students wasn't listening to music, literally only two to three of them got their work done. Versus when she had the whole class listening to music and letting them use their headphones, they start working like efficiently and got done quicker. And it was accurate. Their work was correct. No more questions, mama. Yes. Mhm. Mama, come on. Working by myself. I don't like working in groups because I feel like when I work in groups, I get distracted easy. So I like working by myself, or like I give them my ideas and then let them apply that. And if they like my ideas, then we can move forward. But I also take into consideration others' ideas. Yes. Mama. That's it. Then I'm just gonna work in a group with my headphones.
Cassidy. Oh. Good morning. My name is Cassidy, and today I'm going to do my presentation of does air quality affect your skin? These are my agendas. My problem statement is, have you ever noticed that your skin looks healthier when outdoors, but when spending long periods of time inside a school building, the skin becomes drier, more irritated? This difference makes me wonder whether poor air quality or low humidity inside the school is affecting students' skin health. The problems circulating mainly in classrooms and computer labs where air conditioning or heating systems are used. It is important to understand how indoor air and ventilation conditions influence skin moisture and irritation levels because it impacts students. My scientific questions: how does air from air conditioning affect the pollution of the air that's affecting our skin? How strong does the pollutant air have to be to affect one's skin? What can we do to protect our skin, or protection/products to help affect or revert the effect of the polluted air? What effects do indoor temperature regulate systems have on eczema symptom severity relative to natural outdoor air conditioning? These are my stakeholders. Students, they are directly affected by low humidity or poor air circulation, which can trigger eczema flare-ups, dryness, and irritation. Beauty and face care product companies. These companies are secondary stakeholders because they create and promote products that can manage or worsen eczema symptoms. Guardians/parents, they help students manage eczema at home and support their skin routines. Environmental agencies, these agencies could monitor air quality levels and enforce pollution regulation and develop programs and policies to protect public health and skin safety. People with these conditions, individuals with eczema, acne, or sensitive skin who may experience worsened symptoms due to pollution and UV exposure. This is my scholarly articles. These are 3 articles. These 3 articles are basically stating that air pollution damages the skin by creating free radicals that weakens the skin natural defenses. Pollutants like traffic emissions, smoke chemicals, UV radiation can break down cells and lead to premature aging and increase the skin of skin conditions such as eczema and acne. Indoor classroom environments affect students' health and comfort. Good ventilation and clean air help reduce skin symptoms and support better learning conditions. Those are my other 3 articles. My methods, my primary research. What I am trying to accomplish is I am conducting an experiment to determine whether using the correct application of lotions reduces skin irritation and discomfort caused at school. My experiment, I will compare 2 conditions.
And pardon the interruption, all of Ms. Van's students have returned from the DNR and are going back to 3rd hour. Ms. Van's students on the 2nd floor are headed back to 3rd hour. Thank you.
Students who will apply lotion and students who will not, while keeping other factors consistent such as time, location, and data methods. Necessary considerations, deadlines, and the people who is participating, keeping exposure short and protecting skin with the lotion provided. And lotion may help the skin, but results may vary for each person. The general plan of my project, I am the number of participants and ethical considerations. I'm going to try to have 3 to 5 participants to ensure participants will not be bribed, threatened, coerced, or pressured. I will make it clear that participation is completely voluntary and that students can withdraw at any time without any consequences. To protect participants' privacy, I will not record names or identifying information in the data. And to ensure that the data I collect is fair and accurate, I will complete and use consistent procedures for all participants, such as applying the same lotion, observing the skin area, and I will use standardized rating scales for skin irritation and discomfort, so measurements are consistent across trials and all participants. The location will be at UPSM High School because it is an environment where school students spend hours each day inside classrooms. My variables are air quality inside the classrooms, conditioning, ventilation, dryness, pollution. The control variables and the dependent variables are classroom environments, time spent in classrooms, and the dependent variable is skin irritation / acne or eczema symptoms. My hypothesis is if students are exposed to dry air from conditioning indoors, then the pollution particles in the air will have a greater negative effect on the skin, increasing dryness and irritation. Because the natural moisture barrier of the dry air weakening the skin. Experiment procedure. The preparation, I chose my participants' air quality. I am choosing my participants' air quality at home versus at school, which is 2 different quality levels. The data collection, my participants will spend 7 hours in school each day for a week. I will observe their skin reactions with and without the lotion. The data, I recorded the temperature at UPSM is 71 Fahrenheit in most classrooms when the participants are present. The limitations with my data are seasonal changes or individual skin type. Even at school, outdoor conditions like sun, wind, humidity can affect the skin. An example of a windy day, the wind could dry out the skin more than the polluted air does. Also, students at my school will likely have a different skin types, like oily, dry, or sensitive. This means reactions to the same air quality could vary. Short-term exposure and subjective reporting, since students will only spend a short time outside of school or short time outside at school, you might not see a strong or long-term effects. Air pollution often affects skin over days or weeks, not just an hour. Additionally, students' feelings about their skin are personal and may differ from of actual visible changes, so observations may be inconsistent. My results. This is a picture of a spreadsheet that I had documented my participants, 1 through 5 of the irritation level from with the lotion and without the lotion. The evidence from my primary research. Participants consistently had to scale the irritation 1 through 5. The data had been shown that students without lotion consistently had higher irritation levels around 3.5 and 4.1, while students with lotion stayed around lower, around 1.4 and 2.0. Over time, irritation in the no lotion groups gradually increased, especially towards the end of the week. There were slightly changes based on the environmental conditions. One more humid or rainy days, irritation levels without decrease slightly suggested that repeated exposure to school air conditions may worsen skin irritation. My data and analysis. Over the 2 weeks, students who used lotion consistently reported lower irritation compared to those who did not. In both weeks, irritation without lotion helps protect the skin over time. Students with lotion stayed low, which students without lotion consistently had higher irritation. The bar graph compares lotion versus no lotion each day, clearly showing that the no lotion equals to a higher irritation levels. It shows that over time, the lotion group slightly improved, while the no lotion group stayed consistently higher or increased. My conclusion is my problem statement is valid because research shows that indoor air quality and ventilation can affect health, including skin conditions. However, it may need slight revision to focus specifically more on classroom air impacting the students. My stakeholders, students are affected directly, so are the teachers. The environmental agencies, they could prevent it, or if they do not prevent it, that they will have complaints or health concerns. Beauty care professionals are responsible for maintaining a healthy environment, so they also could get complaints and health care concerns. People with conditions are affected because they are the ones who get worsened skin or irritated skin. Based on my research, the answer to my question shows that poor air quality pollutants and dry air can damage the skin and cause irritation or conditions like eczema. The hypothesis I wrote is supported because research shows that indoor air conditions like poor ventilation, pollutants, and air conditioning can negatively affect skin health by causing dryness, irritation, and increased risk of skin problems. For future students could improve measuring this study by using a larger sample size, measuring indoor quality more precisely over time, and directly comparing skin health before and after to exposure to different classroom environments. Next year, students could expand this topic by studying different schools, seasons, or ventilation systems by collecting more detailed health data such as surveys combined with skin condition tracking. Through this project, I learned that indoor air environments have a stronger impact on health than originally thought, especially in everyday places like school. In my own life, I will pay more attention to indoor air quality and how it affects my comfort and health. This project helped me understand that small environment factors like dry air or ventilation can have real effect on the body. After high school, I will plan to attend to a cosmetology or ethics program to become a licensed esthetician or cosmetologist. I want to build a career in skincare and beauty, helping people improve and maintain healthy skin while understanding how environmental factors affect skin health. This project connects to my future career because it helped me understand how indoor air quality, dryness, and pollution can affect, which is important knowledge when treating clients as an ethics or cosmetologist. These are my scholarly articles. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Zoe.
So I have a question about what you think the school's responsibility is to solve this problem. Like, what should the school be doing to help students with this problem?
I feel like the school should at least reach out to the environmental agencies to at least see or regularly check if they have ventilation problems or polluted air problems and stuff like that. Any other questions?
I'm Schuyler, class of 26. My project is on real estate in Detroit. This is my agenda. Oh, my fault. I got my problem statements, my hypothesis, primary research, stakeholders, problem statement, scientific questions, interviews, next steps, and ethical standards. My problem statement is majority of Detroit neighborhoods consist of abandoned houses, and in the Metro Detroit area, there are a lot of buildings and properties that have the potential to make our city a better place, but is being wasted. This is an issue to me because every day I see these things. Here go my scientific questions. Number one, what is the likelihood of people moving into vacant neighborhoods with good living conditions? Number two, how could the neighborhoods be presented better with or without work being done on it? And number three, does the neighborhood or area that a business is in affect sales and the number of people that stop by? Here go my stakeholders, homeowners, people that have houses or families living in the house, renters, people that are trying to, maybe they might have a house but they don't own it, local businesses, because they also own houses. I mean, not houses, but businesses and have to get buildings. Landlords, investors. My hypothesis: if abandoned houses and unused properties in Detroit were renovated or repurposed, the neighborhoods in the city would improve economically and socially because those spaces could be used for houses, businesses, or community resources instead of remaining vacant. My primary research plan was to get was to do interviews, but I couldn't really find a lot of people to get many, but I got one. And my observation, that's what I planned on doing, but I didn't really get to get one of them either. My ethical standards, I made sure everything was with consent. I could show their face, get his name, ask him certain stuff, and about like where he from. Well, you'll see in the video. Here you go right here.
My name is Marcus Howell. I'm with the Howell Luxury Group, and we're also a part of Keller Williams Realty in Metro Atlanta.
Okay. So my first question was, how do lower income areas influence property values?
Lower income areas?
Yeah.
Well, I think I've been doing this 12 years, so I've noticed that a lot of investors tend to buy up those lower income properties because they can rent them out and get more money for renting a house out as opposed to selling it. And if you got 10 or more doors, that's a lot of supplemental income, especially as an investor, that you can have coming in. When it comes to certain neighborhoods, it's going to be based on the living situation, the condition of the homes and stuff like that. Um, that tends to kind of like drive the market down. But once someone takes advantage of those prices and those price points and invest in them homes themselves, do the renovations and updates themselves and stuff like that, it could drive a good market. So most realtors can have a lot of transactions. They just won't be for big amounts.
Right. All right. What challenges come with owning a property in a lower income area?
Those challenges would be number one, security. Number two, schooling. You won't get the best schools in those neighborhoods. You might have a decent mortgage payment or something like that, but the benefits of being like in the suburbs and mid to high income areas, there's certain benefits you don't get. That's the only thing. Living, most people live in those neighborhoods. They either try to get their kids in other schools or go to different neighborhoods for shopping and stuff anyway.
Is it easier, or do business run smoother or better when it's in a better, like a higher income area?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
What factors are looked over before starting or expanding a business in a lower income area?
What factors are looked over?
Yeah.
Um, Good question. I would say looked over would probably be like first time home buyers that have never purchased a home and they see the price of a house in a lower income neighborhood and figure that's what they can afford when they
Mhm.
actually could qualify for something in a nicer neighborhood. And if you get a good lender who can get you qualified based on everything that you qualify for, then that's the mistake that a lot of first time home buyers make. They run to the shiny object first time they see it as opposed to waiting to see what else pops up that's available to them.
All right. My last question is, what's the most common red flag that turns a buyer or like you away from a property?
The main thing is when I walk into a house and I see like a pistol beside the bed, or I see a bunch of roaches running around, or half a pound of weed on the counter in the kitchen. Those are things that turn off buyers because you want the buyer to envision themselves living there. And if they can't do that because of the house being too personal, then that's going to turn them off and make them not want to write an offer on that house, on that property, which kind of sucks. Um, Another aspect of that is um, if I'm trying to buy a house and the seller has all of these dictations on the listing, we're not paying you any closing costs. We're not um, repairing anything that's damaged. We're selling the house as is. We're not giving you more than 30 days to close. We're not, if they just have too many no's up there, that would turn a buyer off very easily because, they want the seller to work with them. Buyers have to come to the table with a deposit, closing costs, home inspection, and they have to pay for an appraisal. So a lot of times they're coming to the table with sometimes 15 to 25, $30,000 at once. So if the seller is not trying to work with them or at least help them out or, help each other, get the house sold and help them purchase the house, then that's a big turnoff for a lot of buyers.
Here go my articles. These right here talk about Detroit long-term decline spreads and vacancy, disinvestments, population loss, and abandonment. It also talks about how abandonment reshapes neighborhoods through deteriorating conditions, creating contested spaces where different people like residents and investors compete to get the power and where they want to live at. Here go my other article talking about the housing dynamics, really with ownership and prices. Here go my other one. This one talks about neighborhood conditions and how it affects the residents' and well-beings, like blight and instabilities and lack of resources could have people stressed out and make the community really just in a bad space. Here go my references. For my next steps, for like other people who wanted to do real estate, I think they should just get like surveys instead of observations because it'd be easier, and they could just have interviews, which will help them out like it helped me. Any questions? That's it. Zoe.
I actually have two questions. So how does this project help you with your future goals? Like where you're going after high school, how does this project help you with that?
It helped me really learn more about real estate because I always wanted to get into it. And that interview I had, he told me like it was way longer, but I had cut it shorter. But he told me some stuff about it, like, and it made me more interested in it.
Okay. And then my second question is, looking at your scientific questions, your articles and the interview that you did, what are some of the answers to those scientific questions that you had. What were some of the answers to those?
I gotta go back to the questions. I'm gonna pick. You want a specific one? I had learned that the neighborhood, like the third one, I learned that it do affect sales, like how it look, because some people wouldn't even want to go there or go shop somewhere if it look bad.
My name is Kamaree Walker, and this is my presentation, Mind Over Miss. Here's my table of contents. I'll be going over my problem statement, scientific questions, stakeholders, articles, primary research, hypothesis, results, and next steps. My problem statement is that basketball players from the ages 14 to 35, and basically just from high school to professional level, they all just don't prepare for games well enough, and it leads to more stress on their bodies, not enough, they're not performing to their best ability and holding back from them getting to the next level or whatever they want to, be successful. Here's my scientific questions. My first one was, how does pregame preparation affect how basketball players perform? How does what basketball players eat before games affect their energy and focus? And how does pregame preparation affect like a basketball player being injured? These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are the basketball players themselves, coaches and athletic trainers who help them get ready. And my secondary stakeholders are sports organizations and leagues, because they care about safety of their players and their performance, and fans and families who care about their players and their loved ones being injured, and sports equipment and recovery product companies who benefit from players playing better and not getting injured. My first secondary research was about rugby and how they were playing rugby, and they basically made a little test to see if kicking difficulty was different dependent on how they worked out beforehand or if they didn't. And this could be, this can be applied to, how with basketball, if they, take the time to prepare before games, how they would, better be perform. This one is about kicking accuracy in soccer, and it's basically the same thing, like them testing goals, and that could be applied to basketball as well, just seeing how in different sports they prepare and how if they don't prepare, they may not perform as well. And this one was just about rituals and routines in general and how overall they improve focus in athletes. And that, is basically what the whole project is about. Here we got some more. This first one was basically similar to the last one. It's the same type of thing. The next one was like a focus group kind of, and had athletes discussing whether, if they stretch, listen to music, visualization and mental focus strategies before game and how that affects their gameplay. And then the last one was just similar to the last two before this one, just talking about overall routines and how they affect gameplay. These was my last two. This one was about controlling stress and athletes, and, their emotions before competing. And that's more within yourself and not really about just playing, more so about in your head. And this other one was something I didn't even think about when I was originally doing this, but it's just like how self-talk and how some athletes, perpetuate their game by just talking themselves up and just, getting themselves ready in a individual manner, just, telling themselves be confident and things like that, and how that helps people under stress, under pressure in games. My primary research, I did interviews. I interviewed people in the basketball space, coaches, players, and just to get their opinion on, how they use pregame routines and if they do use them and how it affects their gameplay and injury risk. My ethical standards, for the most part, I kept people anonymous. I didn't use any videos or anything. And I just made sure that, I didn't lead them to make any, things outside of their opinion or try to sway their opinions. And basically just let them have free will and let them be known that their responses will be used in my project. My hypothesis was that pregame routines will be shown to lead to better success and less injury. And I had a secondary resource that kind of backed my hypothesis. And it basically just talked about free throw percentages and how people took the time to, calm themselves and get ready mentally and physically for, games, and how it affected their free throw percentages. And I feel like free throws was a great, showing of how it would affect people's play, because a free throw is just you. It's just like you in front of a crowd, being affected by the crowd and by in-game, scenario, and you just taking the time to, perfect your craft and be able to showcase what you can do. So that's what went into my hypothesis. These was my results. Everybody I asked in the interviews had routines. They all said they do some type of preparation before games to prepare themselves. 60% of what was said was just strictly basketball, they get shots up or they, things like that. But 40% of it was non-basketball related things. Like some people said they eat, some people said they focus on stretching, and some people said they focus on yoga or just calming their minds. And my coach, he preaches like, just overall, if you, live well, you're gonna play well, and just in life, period. Like if you just, take care of your body, eat well, and do things like that, then it'll lead to better performance on the court. My results was that my hypothesis was correct. After talking to a lot of the people that I interviewed, I found that they have better games when they take their pregame routine more seriously, and they feel more confident. And my scientific questions, for the most part, was correct. As my first scientific question was basically geared towards the project itself and how people play well with pregame routines. And my second one was pretty spot on with how people like eat and how that affects their gameplay, and it does drastically, because some people, they may throw up, or depending on what you eat, it could affect your energy levels. And my last one was how does it affect how people get injured? And that one, it really, in my interviews, it showed that a lot of people like catch cramps and stuff when they don't stretch. That was the main thing, so that goes into injury. So for the most part, that was all correct. And as far as my next steps, if somebody was to continue my project, I would try to get them to do an experiment over like a lot of games, and have some people have a pregame routine, some people don't, out of people who don't play basketball at all. So it's just raw skills, and see the consistency over time of how the people who have pregame routines will play over time compared to people who don't. And this affects me because I play basketball a lot. Like I devoted all my time to it. So I take my pregame routines very seriously. And I feel like it overall helps your body and game. And as I go to college, competition only gonna be stronger, and that's gonna lead to you playing. If you don't play as well as you could, not be as competitive. And also it could lead to people getting more injured because people are stronger, and if you're not, taking care of your body, it could mess you up. And I want to be able to play basketball as long as I can, preserve my ability to play basketball. So I feel like it's very important for that. These are my references, and thanks. Do you have any questions? Yeah, Zoe.
So I have a little bit of background on your project. You had originally wanted to do an experiment. Can you talk a little bit about what you wanted to do for that and why that didn't happen?
You said why it didn't happen? Yeah.
Future students might be interested in doing something similar, so having it for the future presentation review would be nice.
Yeah, for the experiment, I basically wanted to do not like multiple games like how I said the next step could do, but just one game and just have, like a group, maybe like a 5-on-5 setting, and have one of the five, get to prepare themselves, stretch, shoot around, and the other half don't do anything and just come in like how they do every day up at lunchroom, and see how they, play against each other, just to see like, because a lot of times people get injured up there, people be missing a lot of shots. Like you can be wide open, people miss, and they don't really play basketball, but I just feel as if like a pregame routine they would have a higher chance of making those shots, they would have a higher chance of doing everything, and a lower chance of getting injured. So I just wanted to have an experiment like that. It didn't end up happening just due to time reasons and just like due to setting it up. So if somebody was to do it after me, I would tell them like, start your research earlier if you plan to do that. Like you could do it as soon as possible, basically, like as soon as, or maybe even before, we actually start doing the research. You can maybe get planned out and maybe, set it up so that it's already smooth and up and running by the time it's started. So, especially if you want to do multiple and have a consistency basis around it as well. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay. My name is Khamani Hunter, and my capstone project is about housing affordability for young adults. This is my agenda and what I'm going to be talking about today. So my problem statement is that housing prices and rent have risen sharply in many areas, making it difficult for young adults to afford living independently. Many are forced to delay moving out or live farther from work or school. Understanding what factors most influence their house decisions can help identify community needs and future housing trends. These are my scientific questions. Number one is, how does income level affect the ability of young adults to afford housing in their preferred area? Number two says, what impact do housing prices and rent increases have on young adults' decision to delay moving out independently? Number three says, how does the distance between affordable houses and workplaces or schools influence housing choices among young adults? These are my stakeholders. Young adults/adults. Many cannot afford to live independently because housing prices and rent have increased faster than wages. Low-income renters. Rising rent costs can force them to move frequently or spend most of their income on housing. First-time home buyers. High home prices and mortgages rates make it harder to purchase a first home. Employers. Employees may struggle with long commutes or difficult living near their workplace, affecting productivity and staffing. Local governments. Communities must respond to growing housing demands, affordability concerns, and population changes. This is my secondary research. I summarized one of my articles, and it says this article is about rising house prices, limited affordable housing, and increasing living costs are making it difficult for young adults to achieve financial independence. Research also suggests that government policies, housing shortages, and wage stagnation are major factors in influencing housing affordability and the decisions young adults make about where and how they live. This is another one of my articles. Housing instability is often caused by financial hardship and poor housing conditions. It's strongly associated with frequent moves and negative child behavior outcomes. Studies indicate that children in unstable housing environments are more likely to experience attention difficulties and emotional problems, highlighting the importance of financial support and stable housing interventions for low-income families. This is my primary research proposal. My goal was to investigate how housing affordability affects young adults. I will conduct a small survey and analysis of real-life experience from peers in my community. The goal is to understand what factor most influence whether young adults choose to move out or stay with family or relocate farther from work and school, and that is my step-by-step. The ethical standards. Consent. All participants will be clearly informed about the purpose of the survey before they begin. They will know that their responses are being used for a school capstone project about housing affordability, and the participation will be completely voluntary. No personal identified information such as names, addresses, or contact details will be collected. All responses will remain anonymous, and data will be reported in group form only to protect participants' privacy. Participants will not be forced to take the survey and can choose to stop at any time without penalty. They can also skip any question they do not feel comfortable answering. My hypothesis says, I believe that if housing continues to rise faster than income, then young adults will be more likely to delay moving out, live with family longer, or choose housing farther from work or school in order to reduce expenses. These are a few of my interview questions that I interviewed. I interviewed a couple people, and these say, how do housing prices in your area affect your future plans? What sacrifices would you make to afford housing, and what change do you think could improve housing affordability for young adults? Most interviewees stated that rising housing costs have made it difficult for young adults to live independently. Many explained that high rent prices, low wages, and increasing living expenses force them to stay with family longer, or rely on roommates, or live farther from work and school to find affordable housing. Several participants also mentioned that housing affordability creates financial stress and makes long-term goals such as buying a home or starting a family feel unrealistic. Overall, interviewees believe that more affordable housing options and better financial support are needed to improve the situation for young adults. This was some data from the survey I completed. So as you can see, most of them were complete adults, 22 through 30. and there was quite a other few. And this actually right here surprised me since it was quite a few people through 22 and 30 that was actually living with their parents due to the situation, and only like one person out of that group was living alone. So, and then the rest of them were renting. And while the rest of the people who were living with their parents were the 16 through 18 group. And these are the main barriers. The main barriers are high rent or cost, low income, job, school, like having to live by your job, school location, or if your family preferred for you to stay with them. And I asked if you're willing to move out if affordable housing exists. Most said yes, some said maybe, and it actually caught me by surprise that people said no. One problem that I encountered during this project was getting enough participants to complete the survey and interviews. It was difficult to collect responses from a wide range of young adults, which limited how much primary data I could analyze. My next step is future Capstone's projects could expand this research by surveying more people from different communities, studying related issues like homelessness, student debt, or housing policies. The results of this project can help communities better understand how rising housing costs can affect young adults and support efforts to improve affordable housing. Why I chose this topic is because housing affordability is a growing issue that directly affects young adults, including myself and people around me. I wanted to understand why it is becoming harder to live independently and what factors are causing this problem. These are my resources. Any questions? Zoe?
I have two questions, actually. My first question is, I saw that just now you had 10 articles. Did you summarize all 10 articles, or did you only summarize 2 of them?
2 of them.
2 of them, okay. And then my follow-up question is, can you talk a little bit about the answers that you found to your scientific questions in your scholarly articles or through your interviews? Can you talk a little bit about what the answers to your scientific questions are?
Yes, let me go back to them. For the first question, there was quite a few of my articles that was, let me read it. How does it come up with- There was quite a few articles that was talking about how basically job wages, because there are people that doesn't get enough to pay off the housing. So they're like either forced to either I've seen people actually look for houses and they couldn't afford it, so they either had to let it go or look for another house that was way cheaper than what they actually wanted because the wages they were receiving weren't adding up. So that's for number one. What impact does housing prices rent? So they're on one of my slides. I said that it says research also suggests that government policies has an effect with the housing prices, and I was actually confused about it until I started reading the articles I had, and it kind of made a little more sense since you know all the stuff that's going on in the world at the moment. So that's for number 2, and for number 3, it says how does distance between. So there are a lot of young adults or adults that prefer to live next to their workspace because no one feels like driving out a long time to get to their workspace or school. But sometimes in the area that their workplace or school is, it's really expensive, so it kind of forces them to move farther than they really wanted to.
All right. My name is Nate Edmonds, and my project is about reducing injuries during contact sports. This is my agenda. First, I'll be going over my problem statement, then my scientific questions, my stakeholders, my primary research method, my ethical standards, my hypothesis, my evidence from my primary, oh, it's supposed to say research, but my next steps and my references. My problem statement is that too many injuries occur during contact sports, putting athletes at risk and reducing participation and performance. My three scientific questions are how to reduce injuries during contact sports, how to recover faster from injuries, and what is the safest equipment to wear playing contact sports. These are my stakeholders. My primary stakeholders are athletes slash players, the coaches slash trainers, and the parents slash guardians. My secondary stakeholders are the league, our governing bodies, the fans and supporters, and the sponsors and advertisers. This is how the problem affects the primary stakeholders. It affects the athletes and the players because they're most directly impacted, and the injuries affect health, performance, participation, and confidence. It affects the coaches and the trainers because they're responsible for training, conditioning, and safety. And injury rates influence coaching methods and reputation. And it affects the parents because they might be concerned about their child's safety and well-being. This is how the problem affects the secondary stakeholders. It affects the league and governing bodies because they create the rules, the safety guidelines, and the enforcement. And they might be concerned with liability and reputation. It affects the fans and supporters because they may worry about player welfare and the impact on the team's success. And it affects the sponsors and advertisers because they may reconsider support if injuries affect performance or visibility. My primary my primary research method is I was going to conduct an interview with the athlete who has suffered an injury and ask them how it affected them and how did they deal with it throughout the healing process. These are my ethical standards. First, informed consent. Before the interview, I will clearly explain the purpose of the interview and how their answers will be used. The voluntary participation, I will let the participants know they can choose not to answer certain questions or stop the interview at any time without any pressure. And the privacy and confidentiality, I will not share personal information like names or private details unless the person gives permission. My hypothesis is if athletes in contact sports use improved protective equipment and follow stricter safety rules during practices and games, then the number of injuries will decrease because players will experience less direct impact and better protection during collisions. This is my interview. Who am I with today?
Jameer.
All right, Jamal, I got some questions to ask you. The first question is, what do you think is responsible for injuries during contact sports?
What do I think is responsible for the injury? I feel like usually somebody being unsafe or, I mean, just an unnecessary amount of contact.
Okay. Second question, what types of injuries do you think require the longest healing time?
Definitely ACL, MCL tears, anything that you tear. If you tear it, it's gonna take a minute to heal, for sure.
All right. Next question. What was your longest injury that you have ever suffered?
Um, okay, so I was playing basketball one day and I landed crazy wrong on my foot, twisted my ankle, but then somebody landed on my ankle, right? So I kind of tore like the piece that was like helping me move my foot and my ankle, and I broke that and I tore it. And then on top of that, I already had tore my calf muscle and I had retore that again. So I was out for like the whole summer plus like a month. So what, 4 months? Okay.
Next question. How did your favorite player play after an injury compared to how he played before?
Oh, well, my favorite player is Jason Tatum, And before the injury, he was playing like an MVP caliber player. And after the injury, he's still playing like an MVP caliber player in my eyes. So that just says a lot about his worth ethic and his character. Yeah.
Okay. Next question. What injury are you most afraid of injuring?
An ACL tear. I'm not even gonna lie. Or an Achilles. Man, I'm terrified. I can't. I can't. If I tear either one of those, if they not the same thing, I think they are. But if I tear either one of those, I'm done with basketball forever. I'm not gonna lie.
In what sports do you think injuries happen the most?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say basketball, and it's not just because I say basketball, but think about it. Look at the NBA. How many people then tore their ACLs or MCLs, sprained their knees, broke their hands? And I know football. CTE, concussions, but I mean, bro, it's a part of the game of football. Like you're gonna get hit super hard. That's how it is. So you expect CTE, you expect a concussion or two, but you don't expect about 30% of the entire league to go down with the same injury at one time. And yeah.
All right. Last question. What factors do you think affect the time it takes to heal injuries?
What kind of factors? Oh, rehab, rehabilitation sequences. Probably how you move the foot while it's injured. Like if you're trying to keep it mobile. And yeah, basically that's it.
All right. Thank you.
All right, these are my next steps. Future capstone projects could expand this research by studying specific injury prevention methods in different sports such as football, soccer, hockey, and wrestling. These are my references. I have 10. Any questions? Joey?
I have a question I have two questions actually. My first question is, how does this project help you after graduation?
Uh, mm, it helped me cause I'm planning to go to college to play football, so it's like, it helps me learn how to play safer and prevent more injuries from happening while I'm playing.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question is, looking at your scientific questions or your hypothesis, what do you think the answers are to some of those scientific questions, or do you think you proved your hypothesis true or false?
I would say I think my hypothesis is true, because, I mean, injuries are very common, because contact sports have a lot of physical actions, so yeah. Any more questions?